Good morning, everyone. I'm going to try this again. Anyways, this is Audrey Cole's trial, day 2 out of Carroll County, Ohio. I'd forgot about this one, but yeah, my schedule cleared up today, so I thought I'd take care of it and try to comment on it and see what you guys think.
You may be seated. Okay, we are back on the record on case number 21 CR 6643. It's still the state of Ohio's case, so Mr. Barnett, call your next witness.
The state would request, would recall Special Agent.
Okay, very good.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Special Agent Lula, it's a dumb question but necessary question. You're still the same Special
Yes,
Agent
sir.
Ed Lula that you were here a few minutes ago.
I am.
Okay. I'm going to hand you back State's Exhibit number 2, and I'm going to ask that you review the exterior of that and call your attention to State's Exhibit 55 that's marked there.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It's the envelope that contains
Bring out the stick.
the cartridge casing that I found on the bathroom floor.
Okay, and how do you know it to be the cartridge in the case you found?
I have that written on the envelope.
And that was the case you executed?
Yeah, that's what I
Pulled so much tape off of it, I didn't see it.
like me to open
Please,
this?
please. Does it have your mark?
Yes, it has my initials. Yes.
Cartridge.
That's the cartridge casing from the bathroom floor.
Okay, and
That was some weird
depicted in,
feedback.
Photograph item 2.
Yes.
In the photographs as you marked the scene, correct?
That is correct.
And that is a .223 round.
Yes, sir.
And it's .223 round was the same type of weapon that is in Exhibit 2.
That is correct.
I have no question.
Just so there's no confusion, that was the casing that was found in the bathroom?
Yes, sir.
Still 30 total cartridges, casings, rounds you found?
Yes, sir.
One casing, one cartridge outside the magazine, 28 in the magazine.
That is correct.
This was nothing new, this was just not talked about.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else, Dave?
No, sir, thank you.
Okay. I think now we are done, but you still want him to stick around just in case?
Yes, please.
Okay, very good. So thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Just slide it under there for now. We'll move it at the break. Okay, State of Ohio, your next witness.
State of Ohio would call Deputy Richard Stauffer.
Did Abby go to get him?
In case some of you were wondering, and thinking, wow, this is kind of like a simple courtroom, Carroll County, Ohio is a smaller, more, I'd say, rural county, so this is typical of a lot of smaller rural courtrooms.
Just Stauffer, go ahead and stand right in front of the podium and raise your right hand.
Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Deputy, you can take your mask off.
Thank you.
For the record, would you tell us the name, or your name and address of your employer, please?
Rick Stauffer, 7 East Main Street, Carrollton, Ohio.
Okay, and who are you employed by?
The Carroll County Prosecutor.
Okay, and what do you do for the prosecutor?
I'm an investigator.
Okay, and how long have you been employed by the prosecutor?
Approximately a year and a half.
Okay, and prior to working for the prosecutor, did you have previous employment in law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
My first commission was with the Village of Hartville Police Department, and then I went to the Stark County Sheriff's Office, where I retired after 26 years. My last 6 years, I was in the detective bureau.
GP, can you hear me better now?
Okay, and what are your primary responsibilities at the prosecutor's office?
Child sexual assault, physical abuse, any other case that would need assistance for further investigation.
Okay, are you certified in the state of Ohio in the field of law enforcement?
Yes.
And are you commissioned as a deputy sheriff in Carroll County?
Yes.
Okay, and to obtain your certification, did you receive the necessary training to become certified in the state of Ohio?
Yes.
And is that certification a good standard?
Yes.
You indicated that you were previously a detective in another county, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and have you had any specialized training and education in investigations or work as a detective?
Yes.
Would you tell us what those are?
I graduated from the University of Louisville, Southern Police Institute in homicide investigation, intelligence-led policing, several other homicide schools.
And just briefly, what do those types of schools teach?
Crime scene management, interviewing, which were some other courses that I had taken, understanding crime scenes, methods, motivations.
Okay. And I'll ask you to recall May 3rd, 2021. Were you working for the Carroll County Prosecutor on that day?
Yes.
And what were your assigned duties back then?
I was as an investigator.
Okay. Do you, I guess, explain the types of cases you investigate. Do you work alone or do you work with other agencies?
I work with other agencies, whatever the need arises.
Okay. And so were you doing so on May 3rd, 2021?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to respond to 6344 Arbor Road in Mechanicstown?
Yes.
And tell the members of the jury how you became aware that you were needed to respond to that.
I received a phone call from the Carroll County Prosecutor that had learned that there was a shooting that had taken place at that location, and I was asked to respond to that location to assist, and I did respond then.
Okay, and where were you when you got the call?
I was at home.
Okay, do you remember about what time it was?
I believe it was approximately 4:35 p.m.
Okay, was it during business hours that you work?
No.
Okay, so when you received the call, what did you do?
I responded to the scene. Once I arrived at the scene, I was briefed on what had been learned so far and what was taking place at the scene so far.
Okay, and what did you observe when you arrived?
I observed a body which appeared to be deceased in the northeast corner of, on the outside of the residence in the front lawn.
Okay, who else was there?
Sheriff Williams was there, Prosecutor Barnett was there, Deputy Licht was there, Deputy Martin, I believe possibly EMS was there, I don't recall. I believe, yes, they were there, as well as Major Graham.
Okay. And so, did you learn who was involved?
Yes.
And who was involved?
Matthew Mott was the decedent, and he was shot by Audrey Branch.
Okay. And what did you do first in your investigation?
After learning what was taking place, I'd learned that there was a small child still in the residence. Carroll County Children's Services was contacted to respond to the scene to assist in placement of the child. I'd learned that Audrey Branch was transported to the hospital by ambulance, and there was nobody there to care for the child. And once Children's Services caseworker arrived, I worked with them in removing the child from the house.
Okay. And did that happen right away?
It took some time for her to respond to the scene and whatnot, but as far as the removal of the child, it took a little bit of time, yes.
Okay. And before that happened, then what were you responsible for?
Just seeing if the crime scene was going to be processed, notifying BCI, made certain that the decedent's body was covered with a canopy. There was a rainstorm approaching. We also had onlookers. We shielded the body with some sheets, and also spoke with some neighbors. It's a very rural area, but I did find some neighbors across the street and spoke to them to see if they had any information regarding this.
Okay. And was there a need for a search warrant for the residence?
Yes,
Okay. And did you participate in that?
yes.
And tell the jury how you participated and what you did.
We drafted the search warrant and presented it before the Carroll County Municipal Court before Judge Willen, and was authorized the search warrant for the residence.
Okay. And take us through that process and how long did it take?
It's usually, it depends. I believe we spent about an hour to 2 maybe hours obtaining the search warrant.
And to obtain the search warrant, did you have to leave the scene?
Yes,
Okay. And when you left the scene, were there other officers at the scene?
yes.
Okay. Do you remember about when you left the scene?
It was probably within an hour of my arrival, I'm estimating.
Okay. Where did you go to prepare the search warrant?
The prosecutor's office.
Okay. And about how long did it take to prepare the search warrant?
Again, approximately 45 minutes, maybe to an hour.
And after the paperwork is prepared or the warrant is prepared, what is done with it?
We met with Judge Willen at Carrollton Municipal Court and testified before him to obtain the search warrant.
Okay. Was the search warrant granted?
Yes.
And what kinds of things in the warrant were requested as part of the search?
Firearms, blood evidence, electronics, any evidentiary item basically that could assist in the investigation.
Okay. And was that search warrant granted?
Yes.
Okay. And so when it was granted, then what did you do?
Responded back to the scene with the search warrant, and BCI's crime scene unit was on scene at that point, and they were made aware that we did have a search warrant, and which permitted them to process the scene.
Okay, and you indicated that you also made arrangements with Children's Services because there was a child in the house. Was that before you went and got the search warrant, or was that after you got the search warrant?
I believe it was before, I'm not certain.
Okay. And so did you have the occasion to assist someone from Children's Services with regards to the child?
Yes.
And who did you assist?
Tracy Farber.
And who is Tracy Farber, or what capacity was she?
She's a caseworker with Carroll County Children's Services at the time.
Okay. And did you enter the house at any time with regards to the child?
Yes.
Do you remember when you did that?
Yes. With Tracy Farber, we entered the residence to assist her in removing the child, Selena Motz, from the residence.
Okay. And how old, if you had to guess, was Selena Motz?
I believe 3.
Okay. Was there anybody in the house with her?
Yes, Deputy Martin.
Okay. And you, if I understand you right, was this before or after the search warrant?
I believe it was before.
Okay. When you were there, did you search for anything or anything of evidentiary value?
No.
Okay. And Deputy Martin was already in the house?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you find Deputy Martin and Selena?
Deputy Martin was in the hallway outside of Selena's bedroom, and Selena was in her bedroom.
Okay. And what was Selena doing, if you know?
She was sleeping.
Okay. And was she awakened?
Tracy Farver had quite a bit of difficulty wakening her to get her out of bed. I did not go into the bedroom with her, but I could hear verbally her trying to wake up Selena.
Okay. After that, what happened?
She was able to get Selena out of the bed and carry her, and I escorted Tracy through the house, out the back door, in an effort to shield Selena from seeing her deceased father in the front yard. Ultimately escorted Tracy and Selena clear to her vehicle, which was parked well in front of the house.
Okay. During that encounter, could you describe Selena's demeanor?
Extremely lethargic,
Okay.
almost asleep the entire time, even while she was being carried.
Okay. And where was she taken to?
She was taken to Carroll County Children's Services here in Carrollton and ultimately released to maternal grandmother from Pittsburgh.
Okay. And did you participate in going to Carrollton to make that transfer?
I believe I did stop by while I think was returning with the search warrant for that transition at some point, just briefly.
Okay, so you didn't stay with the caseworker and the child after you left the scene. You separated?
Correct.
Okay, and then you went to get the warrant.
Yes.
Okay, and then in the interim, you checked back at Children's Services?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay, so when you went back to the scene, what did you do, or what happened next?
I was briefed by the crime scene technicians of what evidence they found, where they found it, and so forth.
Okay, and
what did you
then what did you do further in the investigation at that point?
Ultimately, the evidence that they had obtained, they signed over to me to secure. They had ultimately turned over the evidence they had collected to me to be secured for later transport to the crime lab for testing.
Okay, do you recall about what time you arrived back?
I believe it was dark out at that point. I would estimate 9 o'clock at night. I'm estimating.
Okay, and who was there when you got there?
Most of the previously mentioned people, except Major Graham, Ed Lula from BCI, Larry Hootman from BCI was there. Deputy Lick was still there. I'm not certain about Deputy Martin at that point. And Sheriff Williams was still there.
Okay, and so you indicated that there were items that were collected as evidence and given to you. What were those?
The rifle, the magazine, a spent casing, and an unspent cartridge.
Okay,
I believe some drywall, a unknown metal item, off the top of my head.
what kind of rifle was given to you?
AR-15 or 223.
Okay, what kind of magazine?
30-round magazine.
Okay, and what kind of casings and cartridges?
The spent, the cartridge, I think there were multiple different brands that we removed from the magazine. I believe they were like a reloaded type cartridge, but they were all framed up. The unspent, I should say, were frangible cartridges.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor. You bet. I'm going to hand you what's been marked previously as State's Exhibit Number 2. Ask that you would open that and take a look at it. You've seen it before. What is that?
That appears to be the rifle that was collected that evening.
Okay, was it collected to you as just handing you a rifle, or how was it collected? And how were you received it?
It was packaged and taped shut.
Okay, so this box is how you received this box,
Yes,
and it was taped shut.
yes.
Okay, and so with that box, what did you do with it?
Ultimately secured it in an evidence cabinet at the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and was that further processed?
Yes.
Okay, and where was it processed to?
It was taken to Richfield's BCI office or laboratory for firearms testing, operability.
Did you take it?
I believe either myself or Captain Watson from the sheriff's office. I don't recall off the top of my head, but
Okay. Did you receive it back
yes,
from BCI?
yes.
Okay, and how was it received back?
In the same package, sealed.
Okay. With regards to on the exterior of the box, I'm sorry, I'll hand you what's been marked States 54. Ask you to open that. Can you identify what that is?
An unspent cartridge, which according to the envelope was found in the hallway.
And did you find that, or did somebody else find it?
BCI found it.
Okay, so that you would receive that envelope, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and was it sealed also?
yes.
So you weren't, when you received it, you weren't aware of what was actually in it other than what was noted on the exterior, is that correct?
Correct. I'd seen that item prior to it being packaged when I was first in the residence assisting children's services.
You know, hand you what's been previously identified as States Number 55. And what is that?
Appears to be a spent casing that was recovered from the bathroom floor at the residence.
Again, you received that in a sealed envelope.
Yes,
Is that the same sealed envelope that you received?
yes.
So after you were
This is just chain of custody
seen,
at this
after you
point.
collected, retrieved those items, what happened in the next phase of your investigation?
Ultimately, I ended up at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office where I met with Major Graham and Audrey Branch for an interview.
Okay, and how was it decided that there would be an interview?
It's just a standard procedure to interview any and all people involved if possible in such a case.
Okay, where was that interview conducted?
In the interview room at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and who did you interview?
Audrey Branch.
Okay, is Audrey Branch present in court?
Yes.
Would you identify her, please, for the record?
She's seated at the defense table in what appears to be a gray blazer.
Let the record reflect that the deputy identified the defendant.
And who else was present for the interview?
Major Graham.
And Audrey Branch, of course.
Yes.
Okay, and prior to any questioning,
Adam knows she shot this guy.
all right, I'll have a big mouth. Prior to the questioning, did either you or Major Graham Audrey Branch her constitutional rights.
Yes.
Why would you do that?
Just so she is fully aware of her constitutional rights, that she does not have to speak to us.
Okay, and she was a suspect in a shooting, correct?
That's correct.
And she was at the Carroll County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Correct.
And what are Miranda warnings?
And advising her that she has the right not to talk to us. She has the right to advice of a lawyer present, that anything she says can and will be used against her in a court of law.
Okay, and is it required of you before you question somebody in that situation that they be advised of those warnings?
Not necessarily.
Okay, and was this a situation where it was necessary?
Not necessarily, because she was not in custody.
Okay. But in any event, did you or Major Graham go over her rights with her?
Yes.
Who did?
I believe Major Graham did.
And was she read those rights, those constitutional rights?
Yes.
And do you or Major Graham use a written document to go over someone with those rights?
Yes.
And did you go over those rights in writing with the defendant that night?
Yes.
Hand you with the previously marked State's Exhibit number 3. Ask you to identify that.
This appears to be the constitutional rights form that was read to Audrey Branch. It was signed by Audrey Branch as well as myself.
Okay, and that was done before any questioning was made?
Yes,
Okay, and that is your signature?
that is.
And did you date it?
Yes.
And is there a time?
Yes.
What time is it?
11:57, and that would be PM.
Okay, and what was the purpose of documenting the time?
Just to be aware of the time that this took place.
Okay. And did you fill this out, or did Audrey Branch fill this out?
I filled it out.
Okay. Did she sign her own signature?
Yes.
Okay. And you signed your own signature?
Yes.
Okay. And was there any indication to you that she didn't understand what she was signing?
No.
Was there any indication that she didn't understand what her rights were?
No.
Did she agree to talk to you?
Yes.
And when I say you and Major Graham together, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And before the interview started, did you have the occasion to note the defendant's appearance?
Yes.
What did you note? What was she wearing?
She had a sweatpants and sweatshirt. I don't recall the color right off the top of my head, as well as a mask.
Okay. Did she have any apparent injuries that you saw?
She did have a imperfection on her forehead that I could see.
Okay. Did you see anything else?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was that imperfection bandaged in any way?
No.
Was her neck immobilized?
No.
Did she appear to know where she was and who she was speaking with?
Yes.
Okay. And then, I guess then, take us through the interview. What happened and what did the defendant tell you?
I had asked her basically the events that had led to the shooting and what has been happening recently in her and Matthew's life.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
She said that they've been having issues. She indicated that they both have issues they need to work on. She was going to purchase a house to remove herself from the house. And she said this most recent weekend was rather, I believe, toxic or rough, I believe.
Okay, and then what did you ask her further about the incident that happened?
Yes.
Okay, and what did she tell you?
She indicated that the argument that day had started with a debate over Selena. They had both determined that Selena was constipated, and Matthew was attempting to give Selena a hard softener pill. Audrey was not in the room at the time, and she heard Matt yelling, and she went to investigate and saw that he was trying to give her a hard pill, and Audrey determined that a soft pill would be more prudent, and they had an argument over that.
Okay. And that's what she told you?
Yes.
Okay. And then what did she tell you next happened?
She said that he got mad and thrown the water bottle against the door and walked away. She then walked with Selena into Selena's bedroom. And she was holding Selena while she was doing some work on her phone.
Okay. And did she elaborate further, or did you ask any further questions about what happened?
Yes.
Okay. And what did you learn?
I learned that Matthew had come into Selena's bedroom and put Selena to bed. And then at that point, Audrey had went to what she referred to as her bedroom, and continued working on her phone. Matthew had then left. He had inquired what she was doing, and she told him. And then he had left for some time, and then returned back to the bedroom.
Okay. Did she say how the argument then started after that? Or was there an argument that started?
Yes, I believe she said Matthew had accused her of speaking with other men, going on hikes with other men. And Audrey said he'd become aggressive, and she told Matthew that she was not afraid of him. And she said at that point Matthew had charged her. She indicated that he had grabbed her by the neck and taken her to the floor and began punching her repeatedly. She said she attempted to block the punches. He'd made some comments, and it ultimately stopped hitting her and then walked away.
Okay. And then what did you learn next?
That she had retrieved the rifle, which was underneath her bed. After getting the rifle, she had walked over to a large closet where she retrieved the magazine for the rifle. At that point, she loaded the magazine into the rifle and charged the weapon. We'd asked her why she keeps the magazine separate from the weapon, and she'd indicated that her therapist recommended that she keeps those two items separate due to her suicidal tendencies.
Did she say what happened next?
She stated that she had exited the bedroom at that point, started walking down the hall, and at this point was past Selena's bedroom when Matt had come around the corner. She provided several different versions of where he came from, the living room and stairwells, I believe, but appeared at the end of the hallway. She said that he had said something to her. She doesn't recall what was said, and she ultimately leveled the firearm at her and shot him in the chest.
Did she say what Selena was doing at that time?
She said she was sleeping. I should note that she said while the attack was taking place in the bedroom, she had screamed, but Selena still never woke up.
Okay. Did she say anything about her thought process at the time she retrieved the weapon or thereafter?
I had asked her what was the purpose for the weapon, and she said to protect herself.
Okay. Did she say what Matt did?
She said after she did not know where he went after she retrieved the weapon, he had walked out of the bedroom.
Okay. What did she say after the shooting happened? What happened?
She said Matt said, "Ow, the pain." He had then run down the steps from the end of the hallway and out the front door. She said that she kind of followed him the way I interpret it. She saw blood on the, what she referred to as a screen door, but it's a storm door. She looked outside and did not see Matt. She said she came back inside the residence, all with her rifle, and then decided to look again outside where she had observed him collapsed in the front yard.
Okay. Did she say how many times she fired the weapon?
She said she fired it once.
Okay. Did she say what type of weapon was used?
Yes.
What
the
was
ri-
what
the
was it?
rifle that is recovered here?
Okay. And that was an AR-15, correct?
Correct.
Okay. At any point, did you learn if she called 911?
Yes.
When did you learn that?
She indicated that she had called her mother first before calling 911, and then she had called 911.
Did she say how long she was on the phone with her mother?
No, I don't believe.
Okay. Did you ask her if she thought anybody else in the house was going to be hurt?
Yes.
What did she say?
Specifically asked her about Selena as she had walked past Selena's room when she had exited her bedroom. At one point she said she didn't think Selena was in danger. She later said she may have been in danger, and then she later said she didn't know if Selena would be in danger. And I asked her if Selena was in her thought process when she was walking down the hallway. And she said, obviously not, because she did not get Selena.
Did she say if, did you ask her what her first thought was when Matt came around the corner, or was it the end of the hall?
She said that he was going to get her or hurt her.
Was she asked if Matt ever brandished a weapon?
Yes.
What was her answer?
She said there was nothing in his hands.
Okay. Was there, at any time or at any specific time, or just that day in general, or that incident in general?
That incident in general, but she was asked if she had ever been threatened by him before with a firearm, and she said no.
Did the defendant tell you what she did with the rifle after it was fired?
Yes. She had removed the magazine, removed the unspent cartridge from the firearm, put the magazine on a end table or dresser in the bedroom, and then put the firearm underneath the bed in the bedroom where she had retrieved it from.
Did she volunteer any information about any stressors or other issues that night?
Yes.
And what were those, or what did she tell you?
She said that I'd asked her if she'd been under a lot of stress. She said she had. She said her therapist indicated that she needs to handle stressors in small doses. She said that typically she would leave the situation, but in this position she couldn't. She said when she's unable to leave the situation, she reacts in an unhealthy way.
Okay. Did she explain that, what she meant by an unhealthy way?
No,
Okay. Did you ask her?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. Did you ask her if she was taking any prescribed medication that day, or any alcohol or anything else?
Yes.
Okay. And what did she tell you?
She said she was prescribed medication, but she does not take it because it makes her groggy. So she decided not to take it. The therapist indicated that in lieu of not taking the medication, that she would need to, increase her therapy sessions. And I asked her if she was current with that, and according to her, she said she was.
Okay. What else in the course of your interview did you learn?
That she has anxiety. Both she and Matt have PTSD.
Was there anything else about the incident that night that you learned?
I'm off the top of my head. But
Okay. About how long did the interview last?
I would estimate an hour.
Do you believe that the defendant was forthcoming?
Yes, I don't believe she was deceitful in any way.
Did she answer the questions that you asked?
Yes, very
Okay.
cooperative.
Okay. And so after the interview terminated, what happened next?
It was decided then that she would be charged with murder.
Okay. And at that point, did you do any further investigation on that night?
On that night, no.
Okay. Your Honor, may we have a minute?
Yeah, go ahead and turn it on. Is this the,
I'm sorry?
are you gonna play the interview?
No, I'm going to show some photographs.
Okay.
Shannon, I'll just answer this really quick. He's allowed to state what Audrey said. That's not hearsay, so he's allowed to tell everybody about what she told him during the interview.
Yes, I think that graphic is from the TV.
Oh. Deputy Stoffer, you are familiar with your criminal investigation, correct?
Yes,
And you, as part of your duties, were you aware of that a total scan of the scene was made?
yes.
And what is that?
It's a recording device that has capabilities of recording in a 360-degree fashion.
Okay, and what is that used for in the world of investigation?
It's able to capture the entire scene versus just still photographs that can only capture the area that's within the lens. It also allows you to make measurements of the room or any other item that you would want measured and so forth and so on. It's a very interactive tool, if you will, for providing further investigation after you leave the scene.
Okay, and so Agent Lula was at the scene when you were, correct?
Correct.
Were you aware that a scan was made of the residence?
Yes.
And did you have the occasion to view that scan in the course of your investigation?
Yes.
And has that scan assisted you in your investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And are you able to manipulate the scan to show the interior of that residence?
I believe so, yes.
And so calling your attention to State's Exhibit number 6, which is identified as a BCI scan, would you care to open the scan? And would you care to take us to the bedroom of the residence?
They took advantage of all that BCI money.
Did you have the occasion to go to that room yourself?
Yes.
Okay, and could you identify what you see in the room there?
The item marked number 3 is the magazine in which Audrey had removed from the firearm. This imperfection in the wall is, I believe at one point she said that what Matthew had put her head into. To the right is the closet in which she said she originally retrieved the magazine from. And then underneath that bed is where the rifle was retrieved and returned to.
And so can that screen go to the hallway?
I can show that much of the hallway in this particular
In that picture?
Yes.
Okay, and what's depicted, could you identify what the cursor where the hallway is?
Yes. The wood floor area is the hallway, Diagonally across is Selena's bedroom.
And is that the bedroom that you, is that the same hallway that you were in when you went in with the social worker to retrieve the child?
Yes,
Again, fairly accurately depict what it looked like on the night in question.
yes,
Okay. Now, were you able to view the actual hallway from from other angles?
yes,
And can you
yes.
be familiar with how that works? So to orient everyone, where was that location start from, and what direction would you be looking?
This is from the bathroom, which would be, as you looked out of that master bedroom door, it would be the first doorway on your right. I will rotate it around. This doorway here is what you previously saw as Selena's bedroom. It's hard to see at this angle, but this doorway is that master bedroom that we just previously looked at.
And then what's to the immediate right as
That's the bathroom.
and then does that go further into the bathroom?
Yes, we are able, I can zoom in.
Okay. Now, are you able to see the hallway from near the entrance of the residence?
Yes,
Where would the entrance to the residence be in that photograph?
to the right where my cursor is there.
And then straight ahead, and that view is facing what?
This is facing the hallway. The second door on the left would be where the bathroom is. Where this cursor is here. Further back on the right, slightly, is Selena's bedroom door. This is a closet door here.
From your interview with the defendant, were you able to ascertain the approximate location of where the defendant was when she raised the firearm?
Yes.
And where was that?
She indicated right at the end of the hallway, where that cursor is there. I asked her if she could draw a diagram to further clarify, to make sure there was no misinterpretation of where he was.
Okay, and I'm sorry, where she was or where he was?
Both.
Okay, so where was she located?
She would have been down the hallway, outside the bathroom door.
And where would have Matt Mott been located, based on what you learned from your interview, approximately?
Down the hallway at the, I guess you'd say, end or beginning of the hallway, depending upon how you look at it.
And you,
It's not really that far.
Right where my cursor is.
now you indicated that the defendant gave you a drawing
Yes.
of a diagram. I'm going to hand you a few marker purposes that states number 4. Can you identify that?
Yes.
What is that?
It appears to be the hand-drawn diagram that Audrey had provided of where she was and where Matt was.
How do you know it to be the diagram that she drew?
It's in the envelope dated by me that it was drawn on May 4th, 2021, and noted as a hand-drawn diagram from Audrey Branch.
So you were present in that diagram that she made?
Yes,
It was made on what type of substance?
just standard notebook paper.
And what's depicted in that
It depicts where she came from, her bedroom, down the hall, and it appears to, and it also shows that she was past Selena's bedroom when Matt came around the corner. And it shows where Matt was standing or was positioned when he was shot.
Is it to scale?
No.
Okay, and is it hand-drawn?
Yes.
Who drew it?
Audrey Branch.
Okay, and did you ask her to draw that?
I asked her if she'd be willing, yes.
Okay, and why did you ask that?
Again, just to be certain that she had the opportunity to clarify her statement in writing, just so there was no misinterpretation of where she was and where Matt was, as we were not there during the incident.
Is that a common device in an interview when you're talking about locations and proximity to where people are?
Yes.
Have you done that in past cases and past investigations?
Yes.
Okay. And so you recognize, do you recognize that it's not to scale?
Yes.
Do you recognize that it's not 100% accurate?
Correct.
What value does it have, though, to you as an investigator, despite those items that are out there?
Significant value.
And tell us why that is significant here and what's significant about that.
It shows us where she was, where the victim was when the shooting took place.
And does that assist you in your investigation?
Yes.
Mr. Barnett, can I see that real quick? Can you show that to the jury as well? I don't think they know what you're talking about.
Is it oriented north, south, east, or west?
It is not.
Okay. So could you
They
explain
should have had a
what-
picture of this available for the
what
jury to
the
watch.
detail to you?
She detailed that this would be the bedroom that she came out of. This would be the hallway that she came down. This would be Selena's bedroom to her left. This is where she stopped. And this is where Matthew was when he was shot.
Now, did you have the occasion after May 3rd or May 4th to return to 6344?
You can leave it right there, Mr. Stokes.
Yes.
And when, why was that?
We had some additional, after viewing the total scan and pictures, we had some additional questions about the scene that we wanted to further investigate.
Okay, and did you receive a second search warrant?
Yes.
Do you remember what day that was?
I don't, it was in May, it was a week or so, I'm not really certain, I
Okay.
shouldn't say.
Were you there?
Yes.
Who else was there at that search?
Captain Watson was there, as well as 3 BCI agents that day.
Okay, and what was the purpose of the search?
We wanted to examine some imperfections in the wall in the living room that we had seen, as well as closer examine some of the blood on the window or storm door, if you will, but primarily the imperfections in the wall to try and recover a projectile.
Okay, were you successful?
No.
Okay, so were you able to find anything with regards to imperfections in the wall? I guess first question is, what wall were you looking at?
This would be the south wall. I would call it the living room area, just adjacent to the kitchen. And I can show that if you'd like.
Okay, sure. Is it depicted in the scan?
We were looking at these imperfections where my cursor is there, as well as up there, and I believe there possibly is up there. I'm not certain.
Were you successful in finding anything?
We did find an unknown metal object,
Okay.
but otherwise no projectile.
Okay, and with this information, what did you do next in the investigation?
At that point, I believe we attempted to examine, or BCI attempted to examine the picture for projectile residue, which was unfruitful to determine anything from that. Ultimately, it returned to the scene a third time even. And prior to that, there was a second interview with Ms. Branch
Okay, and where did the second interview take place?
at the Carroll County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and who was present?
Her counsel, Attorney Mallory, myself, and Major Graham.
Okay, and do you know what date that interview took place?
I believe that was in June. Again, I apologize, I do not know the date off the top of my head.
Fair enough. What was the purpose of that interview?
In an attempt to answer some of the questions that had arisen after viewing the crime scene, we simply could not scientifically have answers to those questions to see if she could answer those for us.
Okay. You said counsel was present, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Was she Mirandized again?
She was not Mirandized, but we made it clear that her counsel was present and that, he would be able to legally guide her, if you will, for what questions she should answer or should not.
Okay. Was it, did she voluntarily talk to you with counsel present?
Yes.
Okay. And what were the questions that you'd hoped to have answers for?
We had 6 documented questions that we had provided to counsel before that. I wrote them down, or I do have them documented, so I can paraphrase some of them. Hopefully I will not forget all 6. But we wanted to know, again, where she was standing, where Matthew was standing, the manner in which she was holding the weapon, and also if she could explain the 2 or 3 imperfections in the wall that I had just shown on the total scan.
Okay. Did you get answers to any of those questions?
Yes.
And what were the responses and what were you told, or what did you learn?
She provided a second document or diagram of her position with a little bit more detail, I believe, of doors and clarity of the hallway itself. She also indicated that she held the rifle in what we call a high ready position, where the butt of the gun is on her shoulder and the barrel of the gun would be in a level position.
Okay. Did you gain any more information about any of the issues with the wall or the picture?
She did not have a response for that.
Okay. You indicated you requested another handwritten diagram.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hand you with the mark for purposes of identification, State's Exhibit number 51. Ask you to take a look at that. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is another diagram that she provided. And this would have been June 2nd, 2021. And it shows her position in the hallway in relation to the bathroom doors, Celine's bedroom, and where Matt was at the end of the hallway. And she also noted the steps at the end of the hallway,
Oh.
so we were oriented of which end of the hallway this transpired.
A refinement.
Okay. Did anything change from diagram to diagram?
No.
Was the defendant consistent in where she said she was between the 2 times she drew those diagrams?
Yes.
Okay. What about the relationship between her and Matt Mott?
Yes.
That there was consistent in where everyone was about proximately.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. I believe you indicated that did you go back to the scene a 3rd time?
Yes.
Okay. When did you go back to the scene a 3rd time?
I'm not certain of the date, but we had went back with the attorney handling the property, if you will, who allowed us back in to further examine. My intention at that point was to further examine the hole in the, or imperfection in the bedroom wall.
You indicated there was an imperfection in the bedroom wall. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that imperfection in the bedroom wall?
She had indicated that her head was pushed through the wall at one point.
Okay. And why did you want to go back and look at that?
I wanted to measure the diameter, if you will, of that hole.
Okay. Had that been done on the night of May 3rd when you were there?
No.
Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. So you went to measure it on a date, not May 3rd?
Correct.
Okay. But it wasn't done. You didn't measure anything on May 3rd, correct?
Correct.
Okay. To your knowledge, did anybody else measure anything on May 3rd?
No.
Did you observe imperfection in the wall in the bedroom on May 3rd?
Yes.
Okay. So what did you find when you went back the third time?
I found the diameter of the imperfection, after measuring it, appeared to be smaller than I originally perceived it to be.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification, States Exhibit number 42. What is that?
That's a picture of the imperfection
Okay, and where was that located?
in the north bedroom wall.
Okay, and who took that picture?
I did.
Okay, and when did you take it?
When I had returned the third incident, or third day. I'm not, again, certain of the date.
And does it fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. And when you say you measured it, how did you do that?
I just used a tape measure while photographing it from various angles and measurements.
Okay. Yeah, just to show you what's been marked for purposes of identification, States number 43. What is that?
One of the pictures that I had taken with a tape measure to show the width of the hole.
Okay, and you took that photograph?
Yes.
And you took it on your third visit?
Yes.
And that fairly and accurately depict the hole as you saw it that day?
Yes.
Okay, and if you could estimate about how wide, or was that length or was that width?
That would be width.
Okay, about how long, how wide?
Approximately 4¼ inches.
And what's depicted in States Exhibit 44?
The height of the imperfection in the wall. This is a photograph that I had taken, and I'm estimating it to be approximately 3¼ inches in height.
Okay, again, you took that photograph on the day you were there?
Yes.
Fairly and accurately depict what you saw that day?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was there anything else that that day that you gathered for investigation purposes on your third visit?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And during the course of the investigation, did you find any evidence or gather any evidence that Matt Mott was armed at any time?
No.
Were there other weapons in the home to your knowledge?
Yes.
How do you know that?
Upon a search of the residence, there was a firearm that was found in the kitchen in a cabinet.
Was that found on May 3rd or was it found some other time?
May 3rd.
Okay. And it was in the kitchen. Was it in a specific location?
Yes, on a cabinet. I guess it would be the east wall of the kitchen.
Okay. Did you find any, or was there any evidence of a firearm that was at or near the body of Matt Mott?
No.
Was there a firearm found in the hallway that wasn't the rifle that you have identified?
No.
Any knives found in the hallway?
No,
Any baseball bats, clubs, or any other items that could be used as a weapon?
no,
Okay. When you interviewed the defendant, did she say she shot him during the altercation in the bedroom?
no,
Okay. So she told you that it was outside the bedroom where she was standing was in the hallway, correct?
correct.
Okay. Did she ever tell you that she thought she would be killed?
No,
Did she ever tell you that she thought she would be shot?
no.
Okay. I have no other questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
I'm kind of curious how Cross is going to go on this guy. Also, just so you guys are aware, this is typically the speed at which most murder trials go in America. I mean, there isn't a whole lot to them. There isn't a lot of theatrics. So, I mean, this could be done in 3 days easily. So, if you guys are wondering if this is abnormally fast, no, this is pretty standard.
Mr. Stauffer, your interview with my client lasted about an hour and a half, didn't it?
Approximately, that sounds,
And the whole thing was recorded.
that's correct.
And the state has that recording.
Yes,
And the state could
Good
just
point.
play that recording.
yes,
And you have not told the jury everything that she said in that hour and a half.
certainly not.
No. Judge, I'm requesting to play the entire video recording for the jury.
No, a whole hour and a half? Holy shit. That is smart work by the defense team. Now, why is that smart? There is video evidence, and as much as this detective telling you what he heard and what he saw is helpful, there's no point. We've got video. I don't need his recollection of it. Why can't I just see what happened? This makes it look like they have something to hide, that they aren't showing the jury everything. And juries don't like that. They don't like being jerked around. I talked about in the Edgecombe trial. So if you have something, you know, I would always recommend showing it, because just go, don't. Oh, gosh, that could show, like, work product and stuff. They should not be panning across the tables like that. So pro tip, if you're ever in trial, always keep your crap covered, because people might accidentally see stuff. But no, they're trying to show that the defense or the state didn't show everything properly, that there's way more to the story than he explained, and that just makes him look like a liar and he's being deceitful. It also makes the prosecutor look like a liar and he's being deceitful. No, that said, I don't want to sit here and watch an hour and a half of that. Shannon, that's a different topic. Shannon, the idea of hearsay is that I can't use people who aren't in court. Now, in a criminal case, and even in a civil case, I can use what's called a party opponent's statements against them. Think about in a criminal trial. Well, he can testify, and then you might say, wait, that's hearsay. The defendant has to speak. And the defendant says, well, I'm going to assert my Fifth Amendment right not to speak. You're kind of you're stuck there. They're in court. They have the ability and right to contest what happens. So that's why it's not considered hearsay. That's why they're allowed to talk about it.
You just testified that my client talked about issues in that conversation you had with her, right?
Yes.
What she actually talked about was Matthew Mott's increasing aggression and her concern over it.
I don't remember if that's the specifics of her intention of those statements.
You don't recall her many times talking about how he was getting more and more aggressive, using the phrases like aggressive, aggressive, trigger.
I don't believe repeatedly.
Would hearing of the video recording in which she talks about it repeatedly refresh your memory?
It may.
Judge, I'm going to play the recording.
Hold on, we just talked about this.
Yes, Judge. Can you brush?
Well, nothing like dead air, so not sure what's going on right this second. Sounds like an audio-visual issue. Caleb, I think you're saying, like, are you worried, like, if you show the jury everything, will they get bored? They might. But at least that way you can go to a closing argument and say, look, I've shown you everything, I've hid nothing. If the defense can get up now, and let's say they never showed the video, they could say, they didn't show you the video. They admit they had it and they never showed it. Why didn't they show it? You don't want it to look like you're ever hiding stuff. So that's why you sometimes just show them everything. That way the jury knows they've got it all. Caleb, it's much of the same reason why during the direct they mentioned, did she have a Miranda waiver? Yes. Was she apprised of everything? Yes. Did she sign it? Yes. Do we have it with us? Yes. Is this the actual Miranda waiver? Why? Because the defense could get up and say, well, did you ever talk to her about a Miranda waiver? We've never seen one. So you have to be careful about that, because as a defense attorney, what you don't bring up, I can claim doesn't exist because I don't have to prove it. You have that chance. So I had a DUI case a couple years ago. It was a felony DUI case. And the prosecutor forgot to show the dash cam of my guy. And it wasn't necessarily determinative, but you could tell he was drunk. So I just let it go. And then I make the detective mention that they had, or the officer that they had body or dash cam. And then I get the closing argument and say, they admit they have it, but they don't show it to you. You know, what are they hiding? Why won't they let you see it? And, you know, ultimately, they did convict my guy, but they were out for about 4 hours. And to be honest, it probably should have taken them about 20 minutes to convict him. He was clearly drunk and got caught. But half the jury was very upset that they felt like they were being lied to by the prosecutor and not being shown the truth.
She expressed concern to you over Matthew Mott's increasing aggression.
She expressed concern over his aggression. I'm not certain about the increasing part.
She used the phrase that she thought that he might have been triggered over the past weekend.
Yeah, in fact, she had spoke about being triggered, and I had clarified with if she was speaking about herself or him, and she did say him.
And that night, she heard Matthew Mott in the room with her child, Selena.
Could you repeat that?
That night, she heard Matthew Mott in the room with her child, Selena.
My understanding is she witnessed Matt come into the room with Selena and put Selena to bed.
He was yelling.
I don't recall her saying that.
You don't recall your testimony where you just testified that she heard Matthew yelling, which caused her to come into the room?
Are you referring to the bedroom or the kitchen?
I'm referring to when Matthew was with her child and was frustrated over an apparent constipation issue.
Yes, that occurred in the kitchen, I'm sorry.
And she physically saw him throw her bottle against the wall.
I don't know if it was her bottle, but a water bottle.
You testified that she shot Matthew in the hallway.
Yes.
She told you that he came at her again in the same manner he came at her before, and that's when she shot him.
Are you referring to an incident in the bedroom or when you say coming out?
I'm referring to when she shot him. He came at her and then she shot him.
She said he came at her, yes.
And that's when she shot him, yes?
Yes.
She told you he grabbed her neck, right?
In the bedroom, yes.
Threw her on the floor, right?
Yes.
She's not throwing punches, he's punching her, right?
According to her, yes.
And he left,
Yes.
and she grabbed her rifle and her ammunition.
Yes.
And she told you the reason is because she needed to get out.
Yes.
She said, get out. All I was thinking about was how I needed to get out.
She also said to protect herself, she said.
Yeah, because she told you she didn't know if he was coming back, right?
Correct.
She used the phrase, she didn't know if he would go and grab something and come back, right?
Correct.
And she never told you that she did not see a gun in her hand. What she actually said is she didn't know what he was gonna do.
I believe she was asked if he had anything in his hands, and she said she saw nothing in his hands.
She told you very specifically that she was in fear for her life.
When asked, yes.
Her frame of mind, she told you repeatedly, was she was just trying to get out.
I don't know what her frame of mind was.
You asked her specifically about what her frame of mind was, and she said what she was thinking about was how she had to get out, just like she had to get out before.
She may have, yes, inferenced that she was trying to get out.
She told you that she was scared. She was scared when he did that thing to her in the bedroom. She was scared in the hallway, and she was even scared of him after she shot him. She told you that.
I don't know if she told me she was scared after she had shot him.
But seeing a video recording of her saying that refresh your recollection.
Objection.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You can ask that question. Go ahead and answer.
It may.
Judge, may we approach?
Okay, guys. I guess I'll jump in front of this now. This is a prosecution's witness. In fact, he works for the prosecutor's office. He's their investigator, so he's kind of like their personal detective. They've gone through questions with him. They sat him down. They prepped him for trial.
At this point, we're going to take a quick recess. So quick enough for everybody to go out, get refreshed, go to the bathroom, get a quick drink, and be back in. It's 10 after now, and we'll start back up by 25 after. So at this point, jury, you may go out in the hallway.
Well, let's see if we're going to find out what this is all about. Okay, so he's their witness. They've gone through everything. They focused on what they need to focus. I guess think about it in the sense of if you're giving a presentation at work and you've been told to focus on X, Y, and Z, but then also part of that project is A, B, and C. You know about it, but you're not necessarily have focused on it. So you're not going to be 100% on point when it comes to some things. If he's trying to recollect what happened there, I don't think he's lying or making things up. But
My concern is there's two videos. They're each runs an hour at least. And how long is the other one?
That was weird. I could hear him talking for a second. Sounded like flies buzzing around, but he knows roughly the entire thing. And also remember, it's apparently a 90-minute long interview. There's no way in hell he's going to remember every bit of that. Those aren't the parts he's focused on. He's focused on the parts that he believes will show her culpability. So he's not trying to hide things. It's just that's not the part he focused on, because he's probably listening to her thinking, "You're lying to me. Everything you're telling me is bullshit. I don't care." So, like I said, it's not necessarily him forgetting it, but the defense is doing a great job bringing up. She said a lot more in those 90 minutes. So, yeah, the defense is getting their job done, but it's not like the state is hiding things. As much as I can say assume they're not, I don't think they are. Well, Gabby, because, and I've had this before, when I work as a prosecutor, when I do a trial and I've got, the police, I sit them down and say, look, here's what I'm going to ask you. Here are the questions I will ask you exactly. I'll tell you what order I'm going to ask them in. And I make sure that I ask them in a way they fully understand and they expect. So, yeah, he's basically been rehearsed on that part. So I think it was Caleb or somebody mentioned earlier, can the defense call the police officers up? And yes, you can call anybody to the stand, really, except for opposing counsel. So as a defense attorney, I couldn't call the prosecutor to take the stand, but that investigator, I could call him up. I could call up the guy who testified earlier today from the Bureau of Criminal Investigation. I could call up anybody and everybody I want to. Typically, though, they don't have information that's helpful to me, or more importantly, they're usually, as somebody mentioned, they're already going to be there. And if I have something I want to talk to them about, I can always do it on cross, because usually they're a state's witness. Gabby, yeah, trial's coming, but still, go watch a 90-minute video like that and know exactly everything that's said by the person. There's like I said, there's only so much, and even for the most experienced people, being up on the stand kind of sucks at times. Let's see what else. So, this is something I just want to touch on. This guy testifying right now is an investigator for the prosecutor's office. Now, that means, like I said, he's the prosecutor's kind of personal detective. Generally, in Ohio, and I can testify to Ohio at least, a prosecutor's investigator is an actual law enforcement position. They carry a gun, they go out and investigate because the police are busy solving their own stuff. They don't have time to follow up on everything. I would also point out that Carroll County is one of the least populated counties in the state of Ohio. There's about 25,000 people total in the county, so they don't have a big police department. They don't have a big sheriff's office, so can't always do things such as taking weapons and things for forensic testing, because they're so rural and kind of poor. They have to send that off to the state crime lab to get tested. Well, somebody's got to go drive that out. That takes part of a day, and they got to schedule those things. So the investigator can go do that because he can take it as part of chain of custody. And as if you listened earlier, he said he put things in the evidence locker at the prosecutor's office. That's not uncommon. Their prosecutors' offices will hold evidence. The ones I've worked in, that was never, that was always just, hey, here's the evidence locker. And yeah, there's all kinds of stuff in there. Sometimes there's guns, sometimes there's drugs. You name it, it can be in there. Sometimes there's child pornography that's on a inside a locked box that when it's time to use, gets used, and then it gets returned there until it's, there's all kinds of stuff you'll find. So if you were wondering about that, anybody at the beginning, I just thought I'd fill you guys in. And like I said, Carroll County, you might look at the courtroom and say, wow, that looks really, really old. Well, yeah, that's an old courthouse, and also, unlike other places you've been watching, it costs money to upgrade things, so that's why some spots it looks like the chairs are getting kind of worn. The finish on the bench looks like it's getting a little chipped off. That's a very old courthouse. I've actually been in that one before. It's very nice, though.
So for this objection that you're raising right now, or the issue that you want to get in, how long will that take? Do you need to watch the entire video, or is there a portion? So your request is to watch the entire first video.
That's also correct. Some places don't. Some departments don't, but I will say this much. I always want my witnesses, if I can do it, I want them as prepped as possible, so I would make them watch it if I could do that.
Before we bring the jury back in, we'll talk about it again. Okay, so but for now we are on recess.
Guys, and I apologize. Yesterday I was a little wrapped up in things. I didn't get a chance to do like a recap of this day, so I'll probably do like a day 1 and 2 recap tonight. But I think this is a far more interesting case than the Waffle House guy. I mean, yeah, the Waffle House guy walked in there and played duck hunt, but I think that's pretty straightforward. He did it. He's guilty. I think this one's a very interesting case about, this is another one of, well, is this murder? Is it self-defense? And yeah, there's some issues that present itself, but I think we're starting to see why the prosecution and the police think she murdered this guy. Some stuff's not starting to add up. Yes, Eric, it does sound like old-timey radio. So yeah, guys, if you have any questions, feel free to put them up. I'll try to answer them. I mean, it doesn't matter. Like I said, no such thing as a dumb question. Also, guys, if you're watching this and you like what you see, give me a subscribe. I'd appreciate it. Likes don't hurt either. Although apparently this is not drawing as good as Theodore Edgecombe, which I think this is a more compelling case than Theodore Edgecombe. I don't know if she's got a self-defense case here, but there's a far more to work with. An important update on the Mesquite Gym Incident. There's additional footage just released. When you get time to go over it, I think you'll find it interesting. Andrina, can you put that link like in one of the comments for that? Because I'll take a look at it. Um, well, Claire, thank you for tuning in from all the way in Northern Ireland. If you have questions too, feel free to ask. I mean, nothing wrong with you asking, even if you ask something that might seem really obvious to the rest of us here in America. Well, Rennie, I agree it's not nationally covered, but I think ultimately this is going to be a far more compelling case. I think there's far more to work with. Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about. Somebody mentioned not talking to the police. And yes, you should not talk to the police without an attorney present. Why? Well, as you can see, what happened there? She gave an hour and a half long interview, and then she drew a map. And then the next day, what did she do? She drew another map, and that map was significantly different. Well, now it looks like her story's changing. Whereas if she had just done it the first time, or first time being with her attorney present, that would have protected her. It doesn't give your attorney a squeaky clean case, but it allows me to make arguments that otherwise you would preclude me from dealing with because you opened your mouth. So, don't talk to the police. It's interesting, though, they haven't played any of her interview. I mean, at least playing snippets of it would be something I would do, because just multiple people testifying is going to get boring. Okay, well, people are trolling on LNC. That's fine. I just hope hope they're not doing it on my behalf. Eric says, do I catch any of the Zeminski trial shenanigans? I did not catch them in person, but I did hear Nate DeBruin, Photo Chad, explain that Zeminski basically committed witness tampering and intimidation on the steps of the courthouse like a complete retard. Now, I apologize if, that offended anybody, but that's the word I'm going to use. Yeah, if you're ever at trial, don't go talk to the witnesses. Doesn't matter if you know you're right, you know they're 100% wrong, if they're a complete scumbag, you leave them alone. Because look what happened. Zeminski got arrested, and he's probably going to sit in jail until his trial, and probably after that, because hopefully he gets convicted for what he did. Should you stop talking to your husband? I mean, can't hurt. To try, at least. Lisa, it's not necessarily a domestic abuse trial, but the defendant's claiming that she was being attacked and there was ongoing violence in the home, and that this was kind of like the culminating event. But in Ohio, introducing stuff as far as your battered spouse defense, that goes towards your affirmative defense of self-defense. You claim self-defense and you show why. Well, I was a battered spouse. So for her, this is kind of like an all-or-nothing defense. So yes, she's facing a charge of murder, and in Ohio, there are a couple different levels of murder, but the one she's being charged with carries a minimum sentence of 15 years in prison to life. So it's a life sentence with a minimum 15 years served. After 15, she's eligible for parole. Andrina, if the link works, let's take a look. Alright guys, we're going to fire this up real quick because I think we got enough time. Alright, here we go.
Game point right here. Right here. Game. Let's get that paper, nigga. Get that paper, nigga. Yes, sir. Woo! Woo! Lee Cam. Funny as fuck. Woo! You need that. Straight hard, too, bitch. Woo! I ain't gonna tell you no lie, bro. I swear to God, we gonna have so much fun in the strip club with this band, bro. I swear to God, he gonna throw all that on the bitch in the strip club. I'm lying.
I think they reached a strip club.
I got baby feet at home. For shit show. 2 on. You alright, big fella? You alright? You wanna play? I bet you 1,500 to your 5. We won't pay taxes, sir. Real shit. Ain't it? Security. He's trying to catch his housing fee. Ain't it? Yeah. Ain't it? Ain't it? Yeah, ain't it? Yeah. Ain't it? Wait, hey, all that damn with. That's security.
All right, so that kind of gets us back to where I started with my video. Yeah. Great, he was trying to shake them down for some money. Does that justify them stoving his skull in with their shoes? That's what you have to ask. Because, yeah, he might have been trying to extort him and shake him down for a couple of bucks, and then when they didn't comply, he kicked him out. Now, is that a wrongful... Should he have been abusing his authority like that? No. But it doesn't matter. That's... I can kick you off my property for whatever reason I want to, as long as it's not a illegal reason, such as, like, racial discrimination. If I say, hey, give me 20 bucks or get off my lawn, you either give me 20 bucks or you get to stepping. There's not a whole lot to that. He's trying to shake him down. That's fine. They didn't want to do it. Fine. Get out. They have no right. It's not their place to fight or argue. He's still allowed to kick him out. If they got a problem, go talk to the manager. And then when he shoves the one out the door, you then don't get the right to beat the living shit out of the guy and kill him. So that's not really going to be a mitigating stance. That doesn't really help them. That shows they're already pissed off, and they did this ultimately over $100. So that makes them, I think, a little more petty, really, in the eyes of it all. Gabby, he pushed one of them, the little guy, on the way out of the door, but he gave him just a little bit of a shove. And I think that was more of the guy just kind of not walking out the door fast enough or just standing in the way. But yeah, he gave him a shove, but once again, self-defense. You have to respond with proportional, force. And 3-on-1 is not proportional force. Is a shakedown considered robbery? A robbery is give me this or I will hurt you. If I walk up, he's saying, give me money or I'll kick you out. No, that's not really a shake. That's a shakedown, but it's not illegal. It's just unethical and something most people wouldn't do. Yeah, so, Violet, you're 100% right. They're going to be found guilty, I think, at this point, unless there's... I don't know. I can't say it's always certain until the gavel drops, but it's looking more and more like that. Maybe there's something out there we don't know about. John D. No, that's okay. You can ask. Yeah, with Edgecombe, the jury just didn't believe that it was intentional. I don't know if they truly believe that. I think it was probably a compromise verdict. Some of them believed it was unintentional. But I think quite a few people thought he was just lying and making it up. I think he was making it up at the end of the day. But he convinced enough of them. Yeah, Eric, that security guard is 100% dead.
We
In
are
my
back
video,
on the
he was
record on
dying
21
probably, or
CR
dead already.
6643. You can be seated. Okay, we took a break due to a couple of issues, all related to the same topic. The interview, the interrogation conducted by the sheriff's deputies. There's two interrogations at issue. Defense first raised the issue stating that they wanted to introduce that as evidence at this point. State objected. I ruled with the state to introducing the entire video because it's the state's case at this point. Informed defense that they could introduce that during their phase of trial. Another motion was raised, this time due to attempts to impeach the witness, and the state at that point also objected, and the court responded by asking if there was a specific minute mark or a specific section of the interrogation that they wanted to use to try and impeach the witness. At that point, defense really didn't have it queued, but the objection was raised again at a later point, and so the state is considering their options as of the break to see what they want to do with the video. Judicial economy would suggest that introducing it now would be the easiest thing to do, but it is the state's decision at this point as far as introducing the video. So, State of Ohio.
Your Honor, we would concur with the court.
Judicial economy is a buzzword like synergy or collaboration.
In their presentation of their case, you know, we understand. So, I think, I don't know how you give any limiting instructions.
Be inspired.
Stuff that's in it that may be prejudicial, or if there's objections raised as you go, but that would be the concern.
Well, I don't know what those objections are, what they are at this point. So, yeah, if there's something that's about to hit, you've seen the video, make the objection at that point. I can't deal with it until I know what it is. Okay, anything from defense at this point? So you intend to, at this point, introduce the first video that we're talking about, the one that's about an hour? Yes. And your intention is to play the whole thing? Yes. Okay, very good.
Is that, for our clarification, you're gonna play it, and that's it?
Play, sit down.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna cross-examine.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't want stop, start, stop, start, stop, start. So we'll play the whole thing, and then you can cross-examine.
Oh, God almighty.
I mean, is there any, I haven't seen this video,
I wanna
obviously,
see it,
so
but
I don't
not
know
like
if there's
this.
5 minutes of dead time at the beginning, 5 minutes at the end. I mean, can we skip to the parts that are relevant?
There's 5 minutes dead time at the beginning, and then it goes to pretty much the end.
Okay, and Mr. Barnett, you have this video?
It's their request, I'm not gonna play it for them.
I have to read. That's why
What you want us to mark for you?
Hold on. You each have the video, right?
Correct.
Do you have the video on your computer?
Yes.
Can you put it on the screen?
Yes, that's what I was testing earlier
Okay.
today. That's why I was testing it.
It worked, yeah.
Yeah, this judge is not trying to tolerate the nonsense. That's why you could see he was trying to cut to the chase here. Imagine if him or Judge Borowski from Edgecombe's trial had been on Kyle Rittenhouse's case.
Well, prior to this issue, I thought, yeah, we'd be at lunch for sure at noon, but at this point, we're going to watch this video, get through cross, and then see where we're at.
Probably going to be here till 1 o'clock before lunch.
It's ready?
Is that the 5-minute mark?
May as well stop now for lunch and then
Are
start
you
up
sure
later.
it's plugged in right?
We just tried it this morning.
Audio-visual problems happen in court everywhere, as you guys can tell by this point.
Is there a different port?
I mean, I put it in this one.
I mean, but.
Maybe just try unplug it, replug it. I don't know. Maybe it just didn't activate. There it goes. Okay, oh, that easy unplug, replug. Okay, Abby, go ahead and get the jury back in.
Please rise for the jury.
And if you guys notice, this case and pretty much everywhere I've been in Ohio, when the jury walks in or out, you stand up. If you notice in the Edgecombe trial, that wasn't done, but that's, kind of up to the judges, really. Violet, yeah, it's 11:38. I'm about 2.5 hours north of this place, Carrollton, Ohio. So, yeah, it's Eastern time zone. So, yes, and yeah, every judge will do everything differently, but this is typical for at least in Ohio. I have to run outside real quick, you guys. Give me 1 minute, I'll be back. I don't think I'm going to miss too much.
You can be seated. And Abby, I'm going to need you to get Deputy Stoffer back in. Go ahead and have a seat. I will remind you, you are still under oath. You can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Stoffer, if you could take a look at that video. That's May 3rd, 2021, when you conducted an interview with my client.
Yes.
You take a look at that person. That's Audrey Branch, right?
Yes.
The same person who's sitting right there, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you also could do me a favor, that's around 11:53 p.m.
Yes.
And we're a couple minutes in an interview because basically she's just sitting there, right?
Could be yes.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Audio's coming through here, but not through there.
It's probably a computer. Did you check that earlier today? Did it work earlier or not?
We checked the computer earlier.
But you didn't check the audio?
No.
It's probably a setting in the computer. Would be my guess.
Judge, can I ask the TV tech guy to come over here for a second?
The TV tech guy?
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about him. I was going to say, we don't have one of those. This is Carroll County.
Do you know how to get audio to play through there? If the video's playing through there?
Maybe.
All right, cool.
But I don't know.
Well, I guess I was right.
Read what that is clicked there.
Meunier, or I don't know how
I
to
think
pronounce your name. I'm sorry.
cord probably is loose again because when you moved it, it came off the screen up here.
I'm not gonna say she's guilty yet. This one's not as clear cut. It's not looking good, but it's not supposed to look good during the prosecution's case. GPS, they do have tech people,
There it
but everything still goes wrong. My nay. Okay, I'll try to remember that. If I don't, I apologize.
Well,
Just break for
look,
lunch.
the alternative is the prosecutor's got it. His is already hooked up and working.
I don't have it, I think, on here.
You don't have it on there?
I think we have a CD, but
It's not on your computer.
No, because he wasn't planning on showing it. And the prosecutor's being a bit of a dick right now.
Yeah. I mean, I hate to take another break and get everybody out and then everybody back in and
Seriously, it's lunchtime. Break for lunch, come back at 1. Let's not make this hard, Judge. Breaking the jury at 1 o'clock for lunch will piss them off. Do it now. Also, good thing we can't read the notes on the prosecutor's notepad.
Another thing I could do, Judge, is put it on a USB and run it through their computer.
I'll tell you what, it's almost lunchtime. You're gonna have lunchtime to figure it out. So we'll just take a break at this point. We're gonna take an hour for lunch. They're gonna work on this issue, this technical issue. So we'll be back at 20 till 1 o'clock, ready to go. And so jury, you are free to go for lunch. You are allowed to go anywhere in town that you want. You just need to be back ready to go prior to 20 till. So you are released.
Okay, so, Violet, no, that's actually a normal... If those jurors were smart, they would have said, hey, Judge, look, it's almost noon anyway. Let's just take our lunch break now a little early and work on this for a couple of minutes. I don't know why they didn't do that. I mean, certainly, if I'm trying to present some evidence, I want those jurors paying attention and, you know, right now is not a good time to do it. They're getting hungry. They're getting tired. They want to take a break probably as much as anybody else. Yes, Shannon, I called that. It's like I've done this before. Shannon, how has technology evolved in court? The funny thing is, even though it's evolved, it depends where you are. It all comes down to money. So there are some courts where there are issues with funding. So some courts still don't have all the technology resources that you might see in a normal courtroom on TV. I would say with the advent of really cheap flat screen TVs, like 55-inch TVs, that's helped a lot, because before that you had to have a projector or a smart board, and smart boards, you know, those things are hideously expensive. Projectors were really expensive, but those are getting cheaper too. So it's starting to promulgate, you know, even in very rural places, you're starting to have videos show up more and more. But don't be too surprised you show up in a courtroom where they still have a chalkboard or a whiteboard. So it's anywhere and in between. And there's some places where you're the defense attorney and the prosecutor, and you're sitting at your table, and there's a little computer screen that's tied into everything, and there's nice evidence controlling programs. And in some places, you're fumbling around trying to hook up your laptop to stuff. I mean, I think the kind of the evolution of tech was in the Theodore Edgecombe trial was a great example. They had video, they had video experts, but then what did the prosecutor use for his closing argument? A big sheet of paper on an easel. And then what did the defense attorney use? A big chart, which I forgot to mention this. The chart they brought up for the burden of proof was brilliant, and I think I mentioned it during the stream. I use a chart just like that. But yeah, they had all that technology, and then what did they use for their closings? Pieces of paper. So it's kind of a little bit of everything. Eric, yes, laptops have come a long way. For a long time, you weren't allowed to have laptops in a courtroom. And if you do have a laptop in a courtroom, you weren't allowed to be using it. But, fire up Lexus when you're in court if you're having a problem arise, you need to find case law, like any stuff. Written out guilty. I'm not sure what that means. Yeah, I mean, we got an hour, guys. I might take a little break as well coming up, but I'm happy to stick around for a bit. Andrina, that chart actually really got big from the George Zimmerman trial, a chart very similar to that. So I remember seeing it then, and I've used it. That was while I was in law school, so I've kind of kept that in the back of my mind. Guys, I apologize we didn't get the whole stream started today. My schedule cleared up at the last minute, so I don't have to go to anywhere today. Anything I have to do today, I got pushed back till tomorrow. So I'm here today streaming this. I won't be here for tomorrow, so I'll just be doing a recap. I'm not going to try the whole let it stream and see what happens thing again. That was kind of a mess, I think. Mine, do I think with Ahmaud Arbery? No, I don't think so. I think they want these guys put on trial and run all the way through the ringer. I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. That they want to see them aired out for being the racist that they are, and they want the world to see it. I think that's probably really what they wanted out of this. Do I think the judge should have overturned or rejected the plea deal? I don't think so. I think that's a reasonable plea. I think this prosecution, the DOJ, just like, look, they've already been convicted, they're never getting out. Let's just give them 30 years and then we'll call it done. I mean, that's more than fair. I don't think there's anything secretive to that or concerns about it. They just, it's kind of where it is for them. Oh, yes, Shannon, yes, you can write guilty on there. If I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to say he's guilty. I'll write guilty. Seeing words and hearing words, they has that, there's that, studies, when you see a word, and then when you hear a word, it has an effect. And that's why sometimes you use something, what, preachers do, the preacher's device. You say it 3 times, and it takes 3 times, it starts to take hold in somebody's mind. So yeah, there's a little bit of learning and psychological, warfare kind of baked into this. I don't think their case is going to get ultimately overturned. I think the court's going to try to claim harmless error. I'll talk about that coming up in one of my videos about appeals. That one's, I might get myself in trouble with appeals courts for that, but I'll explain it. But I don't think it's going to get overturned. I think they just felt like they were not properly consulted. And, as a victim, do you have some rights? Yes. Now, at the state level, Marsy's law has been implemented in many states, which I think has been an absolute disaster and should never have happened, but, c'est la vie. But at the federal level, there isn't a Marsy's law, but it still doesn't help when you have a victim run around screaming, I think we got gypped and we got hoodwinked on it. I think that's part of the reason why the court backed down from accepting the offer. Ed, my take on the Waffle House trial, I mean, he did it. I don't think there's any issue that he didn't do it. I think it's that he's insane. I haven't really followed it too much. I mean, he shot up a Waffle House. I mean, were they going to attack him with some smothered and covered hash browns? Was he in fear of that? Did he feel like not having a pecan waffle available was a threat to his life? I mean, I haven't watched it, but I can't assume there's a whole lot to it. I mean, he shot the place up. Kind of just like what happened with the Aurora movie theater shooter. I mean, he walked in there and hosed everybody down. I mean, I don't know what kind of work you can do when it comes to that situation. Oh, yeah, you know what? I forgot about that part. He was naked too. I mean, I think that just goes further to show he's got some mental health issues. But was he insane? I don't think so. And I'll cover that because a not guilty by reason of insanity defense is very hard. It's not as easy as probably many of you think, and the standard for insanity is a lot different than you'd expect. Even the standard for competency, being competent to stand trial in your own defense and assist your own defense, is a much lower bar than you would expect versus your normal day-to-day life. I mean, Sarah, have you ever been to Waffle House? You can get them smothered, covered, scattered, or all the way. I mean, get them with some country gravy on top of them, and they're perfect. Guys, I gotta take a phone call real quick. I'll be back. All right, everybody, I'm back. What did I miss? Guys didn't burn the place down, it looks like. Missed out on Waffle House for 29 years. Jeez. I mean, having a jury sequestered, I haven't had a trial where they've been sequestered, but I don't necessarily want that because they're usually not happy when that happens. I mean, you're literally isolated from the world, and they limit what you do, and they limit your access to things. If you ever kind of want to know what it's like, if you watch The People versus OJ when they talk about the jurors in the one episode, it's not that bad where they're cutting out newspaper articles anymore or they disconnect your cable, but you're not free to go and do as you wish. So I think that generally tends to piss people off. So I would probably rather have people be able to go home to their families every night. Now, if I'm on a trial like Kim Potter's, yeah, I probably want them sequestered. Or if I'm on, Derek Chauvin's case, I want them sequestered. I mean, those situations I do, but generally speaking, no. And for the Waffle House case, I mean, I'm not sure why, because it's like, yeah, it's nationally known, but I don't think there's a national uproar or a national debate over whether or not this guy is innocent or, there's no national discourse about a naked guy shooting people in a Waffle House. Donna, why don't they play the entire video? Well, some judges will make you play the entire video. Some courts will say, no, play the relevant part. So if you've got a part from 17 minutes in to 22 minutes in, you're only playing that part. Why don't they play the entire video? Because a lot of it's probably just going to be junk and the beginnings of stuff where they don't really need to talk to her. I'm not sure why the prosecutor's not showing it. But I'm much more of the mindset of you show the relevant pieces that you want to show, and that's it. I think that's for the sake of economy, and like I said, that's one of those buzzwords like synergy or collaboration. But making a jury sit there and watch an entire 90-minute video, that's rough. Instead of, I want to show the 5-minute time span where things happened. There's so much more you can get out of that. And then if you feel like the other side's lying, you then cue up the video and you show the time before that or the time after what they showed. No, I don't think it's necessary to show the whole thing. I think that's a bit much. Well, Daniel, I woke up. I found out in an email that one of my cases, my case this morning was getting continued. So that was a good news. Second good news, the attorney I ran an office from sounds like somebody may have gotten sick, so nobody was coming in today. So I could stay at home and do work. So I fired this up. Are you talking about a different? Are you talking about a different recap? So this is day 2 of the state's presentation of evidence. They are presenting the evidence that showed what happened. They started off with the 911 dispatcher, one of the responding deputies. I forget who else testified yesterday. And then today, and also part of yesterday, was the Bureau of Criminal Investigations special agent who was in charge of the scene. In Ohio, BCI is kind of like the overall state investigation agency. We don't have state police in Ohio. We have the Highway Patrol, but they're not state police. BCI is kind of like state police, but generally they assist other local police organizations and agencies when they have things happen because they have the training, but more importantly, they have funding and technology that helps. So even in big counties, it's not necessarily just rural places, But it's very common in a rural situation to help out because, when's the last time the Carroll County Sheriff's Office did a homicide of this nature with all the brand new bells and whistles? Probably never. Can everybody hear me okay? I know Andrina's all set, but is everybody else good? Also, just something wanted to mention just as a little point. Yesterday, when you saw that sheriff's deputy testify and he was in a sheriff's uniform, in Ohio, unlike a lot of states, every sheriff's office has to look the same, so they all look like that everywhere you go in Ohio. Gaddy, I literally just did this as of the kind of spring of the moment. I didn't have a chance or time to prepare. My schedule broke free the way it did, so I was just going to take advantage of the dead time today. Yes, Matthew, I acted in defense of my life. It's not a question you guys brought up here, but somebody else I know asked me about it. This is not a death penalty case, so that's not an issue. So I guess I'll fill you guys in on kind of some of what I'm looking at coming up in the next couple of months. If you know of a trial in February or March or April, let me know. Throw it in the replies to any of my videos. I'd be happy to hear it, or send me an email about it. I will say May seems to be very interesting because the last weekend of April and the first weekend of May, you have the Millers, the father and son, involved in the dumpster fight out in Abilene, Texas. They are set to go to trial. I plan on covering that. I'm going to do a video leading up to it. Also in May, you have Sarah Boone. She's the suitcase murderer. I actually am going to do a breakdown of what happened there because I don't think it's clear cut there. I think she's got a lot of outs that she can use. So we'll talk about that coming up. And then the biggest thing I plan on covering in May, if it still goes forward, is a case out of Ohio. And I will just state, kind of with like Audrey Cole here, it's in Ohio, it's Ohio law, so I know it real well. So I wish you guys would ask a lot more questions because I could really answer them with certainty. But there is a big trial in the last half of May in Ohio. It involves a fraternity hazing gone wrong and somebody dying as a result of alcohol poisoning. 8 people in the fraternity have been charged with involuntary manslaughter, and that's set to go to trial. Part of the reason why it's an Ohio case, number one. Number two, it's at my alma mater, Bowling Green State University. So it's interesting. I went to school there, and then I did practice in that area for quite a while. So, I have a little bit of a connection to it, so I'm interested to see how that one goes. But yeah, that's kind of my tentative schedule going forward. So if there's other stuff out there, don't be afraid to give me a heads up on it, and we can take a look at it, and if I'm available, I'd like to do it. I'm having leftover pizza. I know Brett Hankinson, the guy involved in the shooting of Breonna Taylor, is on trial today. It starts. I couldn't find a live feed for that one, and I think that one's pretty straightforward. You can't just open fire into a house. You have to have a valid concern of self-defense of yourself or others. So yeah, I think he's probably going to lose on that one. It also doesn't help the jury in that community is probably going to be looking to hold somebody accountable for something in that entire fucked up situation that she died in. So I think he's going to get convicted pretty much no matter what. Guys, I wasn't joking that this is about Ohio, so I can really answer questions a lot more fully if you ask them. So, if you asked it before in the Edgecombe trial, don't be afraid to ask it here. It might be a different answer. And I know some of you, if you're tuning in from overseas, go ahead and ask a question. I enjoy explaining it, so don't worry about it. Well, if we're... Andrina, nothing's happened yet. And, I'll just double check again today. Give me 1 sec. Andrina, nothing's happened yet, and I'm not sure if things will happen. Like I said in my video, because Texas, I don't know if anything's gonna happen. If it does, it's probably a little bit further down the road. It takes a while to do an investigation, and one like this, they're gonna do a lot of work if they feel they want to charge him. So, it's only really been, when you think about it, like 2 months, really. So that's kind of early. Do a pick of my dog since she doesn't like being picked up. All right, hold on. Yes, Matthew. The son is set to go to trial at the beginning of May. Dad is set to go to trial sometime at the beginning of August, which would be kind of neat because it might be a neat birthday present for me. Ed, what about Lisa Lindsay? What happened with her? I'm not quite familiar with what you're asking. Daniel's asking, do I think the Millers was murder or self-defense, or not sure yet? I mean, I'm inclined to believe it was self-defense. Think about it this way. Like, there's a spectrum of self-defense. Like, one side's good. The other side way over here is bad. And it's clear there's clearly good shoots and there's clearly bad shootings. And clearly valid uses of self-defense and clearly invalid. But eventually that line gets blurred and there's this gray area. I think these guys are in the gray area, and if they're not guilty of committing murder, that's about as close as you can get, because that's, I mean, this is bad. It's a very bad fact pattern. I'm sure if you ask them, even though they look like a couple of dumb hillbillies, I'm sure they're probably sitting there thinking, wow, I wish we wouldn't have had done all this shit. But they did it. Yeah, I understand you got an insane neighbor who acts like an asshole and is carrying a bat and threatening to kill you guys, but as a box spring, just let them throw it out and call the police or call the garbage people and sort it out. Did that really require them to get involved? No. Much like the Chad Reed shooting. Was it necessary? No. Is it probably going to be considered illegal? I think so. I think the prosecutor disagrees, and there might be more things. These guys may have made statements to the cops. I don't know. Maybe there's more video. But just based on the video I've seen, I mean, I don't like the fact these guys are willing to shoot people over, get involved over all this nonsense. But, in Texas, that's kind of it's probably going to happen. Now in Ohio, God, these guys would be, probably up shit creek. But Texas is probably going to save their grits. Daniel, I don't think it was excessive by the son, because at that point his dad's getting a bat thrown at him. And I think the son could say, I don't know what this guy's going to do to my dad. He just threw a bat at him. Maybe it was to distract him as he bum rushes him. So, I think he's probably got a better case of self-defense. He was standing in the back and staying out of the way, but it's still not the best. I mean, there's a lot better cases I'd like to take to trial. I mean, that said, would I take their case to trial over Theodore Edgecombe's? Yeah, but, that's not saying a whole lot ultimately. Telling him to take your swing might be seen as like a provocation. Like when the guy says, I'm going to kill you, and it's like, well, go ahead and do it. That could be seen as a provocation, maybe, but telling him, if you get within a certain amount of distance of me, I will protect myself, that's not really damaging, because, I mean, if you can do that, I mean, let's say you had the chance, some guy's coming at you with a knife and you're standing in the middle of the street with a pistol in your hand. And you say, get away from me, back up, don't get any closer. If you come any closer, I'll kill you. I mean, that looks like you're trying to warn them, stay away, you're giving them a chance. If you listen to Theodore Edgecombe's trial, they bring up he never warned Jason Clearman to stay away. Well, if you give him a warning, and you don't have to give him a warning by law, but it shows you're trying to tell that person, make sure they understand, if you come at me, I'm going to put in work. So, no, that's not bad. Saying take your swing, yeah, it can be seen as goading, but to a bunch of Texas jurors, I think they're just going to see that as, well, I'm going to kill you. It's like, okay, well, you go ahead and try. And that's more of just like a, whatever, do what you got to do kind of statement. Oh, I know. There's one I wanted to watch with you guys. Here, let me see if I can find it. Violet, I think it would really depend on is your intent to break the door or not, and unless you... I mean, but yes, you asking about it kind of makes it look like you're on notice that you shouldn't do it. But I mean, if you pull the door so hard that you've broken it backwards and you cause it to break, I think they're going to say you should have realized something was up beforehand. I mean, if the door is so fragile, just going like that will break it, that's probably not your fault. And it's not necessarily breaking the door and being liable for it. I mean, you have to worry about like criminal damaging of property, criminal mischief, vandalism possibly. So I'd be more worried about that stuff than the civil liability. GPS, is there any videos on the Ohio manslaughter, the hazing case? No, not that I'm aware of. If there's any videos, they never got released online showing the party itself. Undoubtedly, though, it's 2020, so there are some videos somewhere. They're probably recorded. The police probably got a hold of them. But no, there's no video that's been released like the gym murder. But it did, the kid died from alcohol poisoning. So, like I said, there's something out there. Nobody's seen it yet. You know what? I'll work on that. Yeah, the idea of intent. Yeah, that might be a good one too. Now, the other thing I forgot to mention, guys, not just active cases out there or cases that have happened in the past, but if you have topics about criminal law, don't be afraid to ask. I mean, I can do videos on some of them, so you might throw out a good idea out there, just so you're aware. Guys, hold on. I'm looking for this video I wanted to bring up and just kind of see what you guys thought about it.
One, you've tried to define me.
But I never invited you in.
Just incredible video of this road rage incident. Look at this. This was all caught on camera. One driver is now facing charges after a morning rush hour confrontation. Fired up. Just incredible.
Alright, you guys, sorry about that. I'm still kind of a boomer when it comes to some of this technology. Let's watch this one. Tell me what you guys think.
Incredible video of this road rage incident. Look at this. This was all caught on camera. One driver is now facing charges after a morning rush hour confrontation. Fired off nearly a dozen shots, and this was in the middle of the interstate. Our Victor Okendo is in Miami with these details. Good morning to you, Victor.
Good morning, TJ. That's right. Nearly a dozen shots fired here along I-95. Incredibly, no one was hurt. This actually happened last June. The driver turning himself in, handing over that video, which we're now seeing for the first time. The video is wild. This driver opening fire during the morning rush in Miami. All of this caught on the driver's own dash cam. Now he's facing 2 felony charges. According to the arrest report,
So, I'm kind of curious to know what you guys think about that one. I mean to interrupt your spicy chicken sandwich talk. Andrina, I'll look into that Burger King shooting. Well, Violet, once the police are looking for you, the jig's up. Yeah, I'm not sure what his problem was, but, you know, let's look at it. Does that look like self-defense to you guys? I'll probably do a breakdown on this later. I found a copy of the video that doesn't include all the reporters talking over it. So, Daniel, he claims that he got into a road rage issue with the car that passed him, and he claims that he got shot at, and he thought it was a shot when they threw something at him, like the big thud, sounded like gunfire, so he started shooting. Yeah, that's it. That's his argument. He claims he was shot at. And you know, I agree, Rennie, there's not a lot there, but it's just, you have to look at this and see, what does it look like to you? Could it be self-defense? Maybe. But it looks like he's already got his gun out and he's waiting as they come by. So is that really self-defense, or he's waiting for somebody to attack him? Or is he staging an ambush? You know, that's where it can be seen one way or another. I mean, there's also some thought, you're driving a car, why not drive away? Swerve out of lanes, speed up, whatever you're doing. Gabby, yeah, he's slouching down while he's firing. I've taken classes before where you get to sit in a car and shoot out of it. A car is an extremely confined space. When you shoot guns off in a car, it gets really loud, even with earmuffs on. So, no, I'm not surprised he had a problem there. It would have been very loud. It would have been full of smoke. There's little pieces of that automotive glass chipping off, flying everywhere. Little pieces of gunpowder residue. Yeah, I'm not surprised he ducked down. That would have been a mess. Now, I mean, when you look at it, though, yes, what could have happened beforehand? Sure. But that takes a lot of provocation to have your pistol out ready and willing to engage someone. What could that guy have done? Well, he would have had to have made him fear that his life was in danger before, and also not only before, as they're coming up. And there's no evidence that guy had a gun. There's no evidence there was gunfire. So now it's on him to explain what he thought and what he felt. So he's going to have a tough time there. Can he do it? Certainly. We might find out a little bit more. But this is one of those few times where recording yourself is not always a good idea. If you want to generate evidence of yourself committing a crime, don't record yourself doing it. Just like the McMichaels. If Roddy Bryant had not took that video, they probably would not be in jail right now, getting ready to go to prison. But he did that. So don't snitch on yourself. Don't help the cops out.
30-year-old Eric Popper cut off another driver who then
Rennie, he could have had all that happen, but there's no evidence that it has. There's no bullet holes in his car. I don't believe anybody else recorded gunfire being done. So, I mean, it just looks like some guy who got upset and road rage and decided to, I think he lost all sense of prudent problem solving for a couple of seconds. I know you're stirring the pot. No offense intended. Curtis Reeves. No, I'm gonna have to look that up. Okay, I'm familiar with Curtis Reeves. That's the movie theater shooting. Yeah, I'm surprised it's taken 8 years for him to go to trial. I think the defendant was hoping he would die before the trial actually happened.
Once upon a time at the magical Everly Estate.
Well, it looks like Curtis Reeves' trial, the movie theater guy, and we'll talk about him a little bit, was set for February of this year, so this month. Let's see what happened. Let's see if the case is still going. All right, looks like he still has case pending, but let's see what's going on. So here we go. Looks like it's set for... Looks like it's got a couple possible dates it might go this month. Let's see what we can find here. What date is actually set for? Let's see what this says. Court event form. Let's see what this tells us. Nothing. See what this says. Nothing. Ooh, order of reassignment. Let's see what this says. Oh, there's a reassignment in the courts. So it's been... Oh, apparently the judge realized he may have had a conflict of interest, so he had to bail. Well, guys, for right now, it looks like it's set, but I just don't know the date and time yet. Okay, so Getty says it starts in 2 weeks. That's what looked like was the way it was set up. Do I think that one's murder? I mean, that one's one of those ones where it was a movie theater. I mean, I don't know if it was murder, but it's not good. I mean, it doesn't look good. It's like they got into a fight over using your phone at the movie theater. Um, Leanne, open carry laws, etc. Well, I mean, it's, if you have the right to bear arms, you have the right to bear them and, walk around with them. Just kind of one of the ways our rights are set up. So yeah, if Reeves is going in 2 weeks, let me look at my schedule. I might be able to be doing that one. If they televise it. Actually, I probably got a trial that week, so probably not. And that trial's probably going to happen. Getty, there was, a fight, and then there was, popcorn was thrown, and then there was a shooting. So, like I said, that one's going to be tough. I mean, he can say I'm a poor old guy, but I don't know how far that's going to go with a jury. So I know somebody earlier asked about seeing the dog. That is Molly. She is a Papillon. That's the dog you've been here barking a lot. So I thought I'd just show you guys. I don't know. It could have been some really dangerous popcorn, guys. You never know. That's why we have trials. Even worse than ghost peppercorn, maybe that guy had a sodium problem and didn't want the salt getting him. Yeah, I know you guys like the dog, but she can be a big asshole a lot. Especially when you're trying to stream and your dog won't stop fucking barking. Yeah, I'm surprised we haven't started back up yet. It's been about an hour. It should be any minute now. Oh, I forgot to ask, since you guys seem to be some of the regulars, what did you guys think about the shorter videos I've done?
Okay,
Where
you
I
can be
just go
seated.
to it? Oh, never mind. We're back to trial.
Okay, we are back on the record on case number 21 CR 6643. At this point, it is still the defense's cross of Deputy Stouffer. Deputy Stouffer, you are still sworn in. So you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy, I want you to take a look at the video that's up on the screen, right? This is Defendant's Exhibit A. What's the date on the screen?
May 3rd, 2021.
And that's the date you interviewed my client.
Yes.
And just to refresh everybody's memory, the person on the screen is my client, right?
Yes.
And the marker on it is about 11:53 p.m., the night of the incident.
That's correct.
Okay. And do you see how it's brought in a couple minutes, about minute 5?
About 5 minutes. Yes.
Yeah. Is that because there's a bunch of dead time where you're basically not even in the room and she's just there?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We've already spoken before. Audrey, I know I'm terrible with names, so I'm gonna give you my card, so. Audrey, what this says is, before we ask you any questions, you must understand your rights. You have a right to remain silent. You don't have to talk to us if you don't want to. Okay? Anything you say or do in the court will against you. You have the right to talk to a lawyer for advice if you want to. Talk to a lawyer for advice before we ask you any questions, and they have to her present with you during questions. If you are unable to pay for a lawyer, it will be appointed to you for questioning if you so desire. And if you wish to answer your questions now without the lawyer present, you have a right to stop answering questions at any time. You also have a right to stop answering at any time until you talk to one. Do you understand this? Yes. What this is here, had you all right?
Guys, I'm sorry the audio sucks. I can't do anything about that.
With my rights, show up. You understand what my rights are. You'll have to answer questions and make a statement. I do not want a lawyer at this time. I understand. But what I've been doing, no promises or threats have been made to me. No pressure or coercion of any consequence has been used against me. Audrey, if you do understand this, if you have any questions, if I could just get your signature there. you since then?
Well, our relationship, I told him like weeks ago that I don't think we need to be together. Like, he has his issues and I have my issues I have to work on. So, we need to, I said we need to kind of do our own thing at this point. And, that's when I started, been looking for a house and stuff like that. And I'm waiting on my house to close now. But,
Okay, I'll purchase?
yeah.
Okay.
And so, but he was still trying to, he just had a lot of aggression and stuff, and I was like, see, that's what I mean, even before, when we called the cops before, it was the same thing, and I was telling him, you have these issues, and I have my issues, and together it's, it's no good, so, we need to work on our stuff separately, and so that's what I've been trying to do, kind of trying to stay out of his way, and stay at the house, until my house closes, and just, make sure it's not like a hostile environment, I guess,
Right.
But, I guess because this past weekend, it was pretty, bad. We traveled out of state, went to Texas. I went to go
All three of you?
It was just me and Matt.
Okay.
And, the baby, she stayed with my mom. My mom kept her. So we traveled to Texas, and I was trying to pick up my boys, but my ex-husband didn't want to give them back. So, he was like, he wouldn't let me talk to him or see him. And Matt was like getting aggressive with that too. And
When you say aggressive, what?
yeah, he was like cursing at him. And when I knocked on my ex-husband's door, he didn't answer. So Matt went to cut his power off in the apartment. And then we were standing downstairs, and my ex-husband came out and came downstairs, and we were both standing there. So my ex-husband just kind of stopped, and he took a gun out. And
Your ex-husband?
yes.
Okay.
So he and I think that's kind of, I don't know, maybe that trigger something, I don't know. But it's kind of been building up over time, and that was the last stressful thing this past weekend.
When you say building up for Matt or both
Yeah.
of you, or?
With him.
Okay.
So I was upset as well, and I'm just like, and I told my ex-husband, I was like, so you're gonna shoot me now, And he was just like, if I have to, and then after that, he just kind of went in his apartment. But anyway, long story short, we called the cops when we were down there, and Matt was like,
Where's that at?
oh, that was in Texas.
Where in Texas?
Houston.
Houston?
Yeah.
It was Houston Police?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So they got involved, and he was arguing with the cop.
Matt was?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I don't mean to interrupt, I just have a couple questions.
yeah, that's fine.
Do you know what address that is that your ex-husband?
Yeah, it's in my phone, but
Okay. What's your ex-husband's name?
Eric Branch.
E-R-I-C?
Yes, E-R-I-C, Branch.
What's his middle name?
Roshaman, R-O-C-H-A-N.
And his date of birth?
11/14/87.
Okay.
So anyway, the cops were called, and I was trying to talk to the cops because I have a divorce decree, and it shows everything, but there was a bunch of complications there, and they were like, well, even with a divorce decree, you need to have habeas corpus. That's what I found out today or something. So I said the kids live in Ohio though. They go to school here virtually, and they're just visiting with their dad because he missed his summer last summer. So me and him agreed that they will go from December until mid-March. And as you can see, they're still not here. So I went down there to get them, and Matt went with me. And so the cops got involved and stuff, but they were like, we can't take the kids from their dad to give them to you. We can't do that. So I was like, even though I'm the custodial parent, they were like, yeah, they can't do it. So they were like, you gotta get an attorney. So I was like, all right. So we all day we were trying to get the kids. I kept trying to check on them, and I was like, well, I guess when they go to their grandparents' house, then I can pick them up. But that didn't work because the cops got to him and told him that hey, I'm headed to, it was messy. So anyway, at the end, we all sat down and talked, because I was like, I'm just gonna go see if I can talk to the kids at least, because I haven't seen them since December. So I went to the grandparents' house, and my ex-husband was there, and Matt was in the car. We all were there, and I went inside and was just like, I just want to see the kids. Can I talk to them? And they were like, go ahead. My ex-husband was like, go in, you know. And so I talked to him, and I talked to my ex-husband's dad, and he was talking to both of us, and he was just like, y'all need to stop this, you know, come up with an agreement. And then my ex-husband's concern was that Matt was getting physical with the boys. So, and I told Maggie that before, when she came down first time.
Was there credence to that, or was that just a concern?
It was a concern, because the boys mentioned some stuff to him, and some stuff I didn't even hear about, you know. I knew some things, and that's why I told Matt that he cannot physically discipline the kids anymore. Like,
just to squash those concerns?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said you can't discipline them anymore.
What did Matt say to that?
He was just like, well, whatever, you know, do whatever you want. So, yeah, but I understood that, you know, and I talked to the boys separately, individually, whatever. They said that they wanted to spend more time with their dad, you know. So they were like, well, we miss you, we want to come home, but we want to spend time with dad. And then I was like, okay, that's fine, you know. I'll talk to your dad about it. So anyway, so we all just got together. He finally met Matt. They shook hands and everything.
And this was after the gun was?
Yeah, after all that chaos, the whole day, we all came together and just kind of settled disputes and stuff. And then we came back, you know. So we just got back, like last night. So,
You drove all night or all day? Did you drive straight through?
No, we flew.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I mean, I was happy that he came with me, because I can't do the airports by myself anymore. So, I guess it's like the anxiety and stuff. Like with a lot of people, it never been a problem before, but it is now.
Okay.
So that's something new. But anyway, so today though, what started today was like he was upset earlier, and with the baby, right? The baby, we suspect that she was constipated or something. So he was trying to force her to take a stool softener, like a hard stool softener, and giving her water to swallow. And I heard him yelling. I was in the back, and I heard him yelling. And like all day, I've been trying to get lawyers and stuff like that to handle my stuff with my ex-husband. You know, so basically, I heard him yell, and I came in front, and I said, "What are you doing?" And he was like, "I'm trying to give her this laxative." And I said, "No, don't give her that." I said, "She needs like a dissolvable one." So she started whining. He was like, "Well, F it," and took the water bottle and threw it into the back door, the glass door. And then I said, "Why are you doing that?" Like, because she got upset by that. She was crying. I said, "If you're not gonna do it right, then I'll do it myself." So he was like, "Well, Ed, do it then," you know. And then I was like, I took baby in the back room, in her room, and I sat down on her floor. Like I always sit on her mat in her room. And I sat there and I just held her, and she ended up falling asleep. And I was trying to fill out an application online or something for an attorney. And then he came back there and was like saying stuff to me about, "Well, who are you talking to on the phone?" and, you know, texting, whatever. And I'm like barely listening to him because I'm trying to do this and I don't want to argue. So I don't know what time that was actually. It was this afternoon sometime.
Okay.
But then he said, "I'm about to leave," or whatever, and I'm like, okay. And I think he went in the room and did something, and then he came out. And then he came back, and then he took baby, and then he put her in the bed, you know. So then I ended up getting up, and I went into my room.
He put her in
her
bed?
Yeah. Okay. He put her in her own bed. And so I got up, and I went into our room, and I sat at the end of the bed. Like, he was in the front at that point. So I sat at the end of the bed, and I was still doing the application. And then he came back there and was like, "Yeah, you want to go and take hikes with other people, but you don't want to go with me or something." And I said, but every time I ask you to go somewhere, you don't want to go. You just want to drive around and eat, and I don't want to do that. I was like, I want to do other things. And then he just started getting more and more aggressive, you know. And he was just like, "Well, F it, you know, whatever." And then he started insulting me. And I'm just like, whatever, I'm still doing this. And then I said, and I looked at him and I said, "I'm not scared of you, you know." And then after that, that's when he charged me. He grabbed me by my neck, and then he slammed me on the floor, like on the side of the bed. And
Which side of the bed?
like when you go in, it's on the right, by the window.
Okay.
Yeah. So he slammed me down on the floor, and then like just started punching me, like punching my head and my face. And I kept trying to block him, and I was like yelling and stuff. The baby didn't even wake up, you know. But I was yelling, and then he was like, yeah, that's why I see why your dad used to hit your mom or something like that, because you don't know how to shut up, you know. And he was just like saying other things, and then he like walked out. So I got up, like in a friend, like I'm crying and stuff like that. I grabbed my rifle under the bed, and then I grabbed my ammo and loaded it, and I was trying to get out. At that point, it's like I was trying to get out of there. That's what I was thinking, get out of here. So I'm trying to get out, and then the baby's already asleep in her room. So I'm like, let me just, you know, I don't know. I just came out the room, and then like walking, and then he came down the hall. Like he came around the corner
From
the living room or something.
Okay.
Like, he just came around, and then I pointed the rifle at him, and then he came at me, and then that's when I shot him.
when he came at you, how was that? What kind of mannerism was he coming?
He was just like still angry, like aggressive, you know? And so like I knew he was trying to grab me again. That's how he did the first time. The other time in Maryland, you know, before. So that's how that happened. And then after that, he was just like, he said, ow, in pain. And then he ran downstairs. And then he went out or whatever. And I'm like, I don't know what to do. It's like, I'm thinking like he's about to go get something and come back and get me, you know? And I'm just like, so I went down there and tried to check, and that's when I saw like blood on the screen door. And I went outside initially, but I didn't see him. Like, but he was kind of like behind the bush or whatever. So I'm like, then I went back inside, and I'm like, did he go downstairs maybe? I don't know.
Did you have your rifle with you at that time?
Yeah. And so then when I went back outside, like I saw his body there. And he was laying there or whatever. And then I came in, and then I remember calling my mom first. And I was like, I shot Matt, like, and she already knew like what was going on earlier in the day or whatever, like with the baby and stuff. And I told her, and I said, I gotta call 911. So I hung up, and then that's when I called 911.
So I kind of want to go over that a little bit. Did he leave at any point in time this afternoon?
The house?
Yes.
He left this morning, or earlier this morning, like, cause I got up late, cause we went to bed late.
What time is late?
It was 11, I think.
Okay.
So, I know that he had left, and when I got up, he was not at the house.
Okay.
So,
Do you know how long he was gone?
maybe like an hour, I think.
Okay.
So yeah, he did.
Did he leave prior to this last argument? I mean,
When we got back last night, everything was normal. He was tired.
so you were in Selena's room. He comes in, puts her to bed.
Yeah, puts her in the bed.
And you go into your bedroom.
Yeah.
And you sit on the bed on the window side.
Yeah. Like, kind of like on the end. Like, as soon as you come in, I was like on the end of the bed.
And what does he do at that point?
Then, I don't know where he was like in the front somewhere. And, cause he didn't follow me right in the room.
Okay.
He didn't come in there for like a few minutes, I think. And then that's when he walked in, or whatever, cause he was in the front, and he walked in there.
And what did he do when he came in?
He was just, trying to start picking a fight with me about our relationship and who I'm talking to and stuff like that.
What was he saying?
He was like, just basically talking about how I don't want to do stuff with him. And I was was like, he always says that, like, I don't want to do anything with him. And I said, that's not even true. We do stuff all the time, you know. But he just kept getting more, like I said.
Who do you think you were talking to?
He was thinking I was talking to like another guy, and I do have guy friends, you know. That's kind of like where we were bumping heads at, you know. Because I said, well, you know that I have to talk, you know, like for me, I talk to a lot of people, and he holds things in, you know. And so I have a lot of I have some female friends, but I have a lot of guy friends or whatever. And he was just like, he don't like that, you know. But I told him before, I said, well, I'm not going to get rid of my friends. So you knew I had guy friends before we got together. So, yeah.
Is that always an issue with them?
It just progressively gotten worse since I told him that we need to part ways or whatever, do our own thing or whatever.
How long has that been?
That's been going on for like months now. Yeah, things started like over the holidays, like really. Christmas break and stuff.
Have you guys been going to counselors or anything?
Yeah.
Individually? Okay.
I have.
Who you been?
My therapist is at the VA.
In Brooksville or?
In Canton.
Canton? Okay.
Yeah. So she, I've been talking to her about all this stuff too.
Who is that, if I can ask?
What's her name? Yeah, Dr. Baker, I think. Baker.
How long have you been seeing her?
Not for very long, just for like a few months.
Okay.
Since we've been in Ohio, really.
How about Matt? Who's he been?
I don't know. I know he probably the VA in it's not in Canton though. It's Liverpool.
Okay.
It's Liverpool.
Motherfuckers, I could make you rich. All my life, can't say that girl.
Zoloft recently, and he's been taking CBD, THC oils. So I take those oils too, and I told my therapist about it, and she didn't have an issue with it. So
Do you take prescription medicine or anything?
not anymore. No.
Okay. How long ago was that?
It's been a long time.
Okay, so it's not like you quit on your own recently?
Yeah, no.
You haven't taken any drugs today or anything?
No.
No recreational drugs or anything like that?
So yeah.
So when he came in their room, it's verbal at this point?
Yeah, pretty much. And I was like not engaging with him much. I was just like, whatever, I don't care, you know. And he started insulting me. I was like, okay, so now you're gonna start insulting me, you know. That was my tone. It was like, you know. And then he kept going on about it, and then I just said, I'm not scared of you, you know. I said that last time. It's like this time, I don't know. And then that's when he came after me when I said that. Because last time when we had that dispute, when we called the cops the time before, I said that as well. And then he got in my face and was like, you know, I'm not, he was like, when I said I'm not scared of you, he said you should be, you know. But this time he attacked me.
What did he do in that attack?
He grabbed my neck. That's how he got me on the floor, and then he just started punching me in my head and my face.
When he grabbed your neck, how did he do it? With both hands, one hand, or something different?
I think it was like two hands. So, yeah, and then that's happened before as well, like putting me down, like by my neck on the floor. So.
Okay. So it was just to manipulate you by your neck?
Yes, basically.
Where did you store your ammunition? You told me you had your gun like under the bed.
Yes.
You store your ammo.
I store my ammo at the top of my closet, and the rifle under my bed.
The magazines loaded or?
Yeah, magazine loaded. And that's what I talked to my therapist about, and she said just keep the ammo separated from the weapon. And then I was like, that's what I did. So I always keep it like that.
How did that conversation come up with the therapist?
With the rifle?
Yeah. Separate.
Because she asked me if I had weapons and stuff. Because in the past I had suicidal ideation, whatever. And she's like, do you have weapons? And I said, yeah, I have a rifle. And then she's like, where? You know.
self-harm, not homicidal tendencies, but suicidal tendencies.
The rifle?
Yes. That was the conversation.
Oh, yeah, the conversation, yes.
So after he got you on the floor, he was hitting you in the head, did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. And then what happened?
I was just trying to block him.
Okay.
And I was yelling.
What were you using to block?
My hands, like my arms and stuff, I just was going like that. And I think he was trying to push my hands down so he could get to my face. And then that's how he got to my face. I mean, he was standing over me. So I couldn't like really do much.
How many times do you think he hit you?
I don't know. Just kept going on and on. So I thought he would stop, but I guess like when I was yelling, but he just kept going. So
What did you yell at him? Do you remember?
I think I was saying stop and just yelling in general.
How long do you think it lasted?
Maybe like a couple minutes or something. I don't know.
And then what happened?
And then after that, he stopped and he walked out, like left the room, and he was still like saying stuff.
What was he saying?
I don't know, like kind of like, I mean, I know he was saying, I remember him saying, that's why your dad, I see why your dad used to hit your mom or something.
Was he like yelling?
Like he just mad, like yeah, I see, like I've seen him like that. The kids have seen him like that, like in a rage.
Yeah.
That's how he was.
How'd that make you feel?
Like afraid because he's done that before and he has attacked me, so I already knew what was coming.
What was
I was
that?
stuck.
What was that?
Well,
You already knew what was coming.
yeah, because of what happened before.
What happened before?
In Maryland, that when he attacked me in Maryland in 2017, and I called the cops at that time, and it was because of an argument. Because I was on Facebook, or actually I was talking to him about being on Facebook. I said, you're talking on Facebook to other women or whatever, and we were going back and forth about that. And then he was like, get out of here, pushed me out of bed. And when I was trying to stand up, he came and grabbed me and like pushed me into the wall and stuff, into the dresser. And I was trying to hurry up and get out, but he kept grabbing me and he pushed me and I fell and I had bruised my leg, and then he came and grabbed me by my hair and picked me up, and I was trying to get away. And when he let me go, I ran and I grabbed my taser and I was like, I'm gonna call the cops, so that's what I did. So I went to get my phone, tried to get my phone out the room that we were in, and I said, I'm getting my phone, so don't move or I'm gonna tase you. And he was drunk though, so he was just laying there. So that's when I called the cops, and they arrested him, and he just spent the night in jail. And I didn't go to sleep at all because I didn't know when he was coming back or what was gonna happen. But he came back the next morning like nothing happened.
Did they charge him? Did it proceed in court?
No, because I left. That's the year I left him. I went to Texas after that.
So you never had a subpoena or anything to know if anything?
I talked to somebody there, and they were like, "You need to show up in court." And I was like, "I'm leaving to go to Texas though because of this whole thing,
Okay.
And they just didn't say nothing after that. That was it.
Okay.
So I just kind of like left everything there, and then went to Texas for a year while he was working on his alcohol issue.
Mm-hmm.
And then we ended up getting back together after a year because he stopped with the alcohol use. Yeah.
Is that when Selena was born then?
I was pregnant with her at the time when I left. And I went to Texas, I was there. Yeah.
She's
3.
3.
Yeah.
How many times was gunfire today?
Once.
When he left, you said you grabbed a gun?
When he ran out, when I was on the floor. And I was trying to get up, and I was already down there, and I just grabbed my rifle and I got up.
And then you went to the closet?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to speak for you, I'm just trying to break it down
Yeah.
in steps.
Basically.
And then, did you charge the weapon?
I just got ready. Like, yeah, it was already, no, it was not charged because I didn't want to mess the spring up, but I just loaded it, like locked and loaded. Yeah, I put the magazine in, and then.
Full slide back?
Yeah.
And that's in the bedroom?
Yeah.
And then, you go out in the hallway?
Yeah.
And what happens in the hallway?
So I tried to get out and.
When you say get out, what was your intention?
To leave, to like just get out of there, you know?
Okay.
And so when I came out in the hallway, he comes around the hallway, and then that's when
When he comes around the hallway, do you know which side he came from, like the steps?
yeah,
or
he came from
kitchen?
the steps.
Okay.
So he came around and
Where were you standing at in the hallway at this point?
I was kind of past our room, and I think I was past baby's room, Celine's room. So I was like kind of in the middle maybe.
Okay.
And he comes out right there, and then I just aimed the rifle at him, and then he came. I know he said something. I don't know what he said, but he came at me, you know, and then that's all I heard.
How close do you think he was at that point in time?
Gosh, he was just like he was a few feet, I guess. Like I was, you don't know the layout of the house,
Closer
but you do, right?
than me and you?
No, he wasn't that close. So like right by the stairs, like right at the end.
Right. Okay.
And then I was like kind of like in the middle of the wall.
Okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
So he was more or less like at the landing. Would you feel better if you could draw the diagram with that?
Yeah.
Just to make sure I have an idea what you're saying.
Yeah. Hallway. And it's like our room here.
Okay.
And baby's room is like right here or something.
Okay.
And then I like came out, was walking, and then he comes flying out like right here.
Okay.
And
So he's like just at the start of the hallway.
yes. Then I aimed my gun at him.
Okay.
And then he came charging, and then that's when.
Was there any exchanges between you two verbally?
At that point, no.
When you say you were trying to get out, just to get out of the house?
Yeah, all I was thinking was get out now.
Because why?
Or I'm gonna get hurt.
What about
Or baby, yeah, baby gonna get hurt. So
how do you think baby would get hurt?
like I don't know. Like I think with me it was like there wasn't much thought there. It was just like leave now, you know. So because when I was in the room and yelling, I was thinking about the baby, you know. And then it just kind of escalated. And when after all that stuff happened, I was like, my mind was like, I gotta get out of here right now. You know. And then when I was trying to leave, then he was right there. And it's like, now I can't go nowhere. And it's like, you know, you understand?
Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
And I'm just trying to clarify with Selena, though, you didn't go into her room
No.
to get her.
No, I didn't get her.
Okay.
So,
Did you think she was in harm, or?
no. It was kind of like I was worried about her, but I didn't know what he was gonna do, you know. So if I had her and then I had this rifle, like I don't know, you know. And then I wasn't thinking about all that stuff at the time. Like right now, it's like, okay, yeah, maybe I should have grabbed the baby and came out. I don't know. At that time, I wasn't thinking about none of that.
Did he have anything in his hands? Was he saying anything to you when he came around the corner in the hallway?
He didn't have anything in his hands. He said something, but I don't know what he said.
didn't say anything.
No.
How many firearms do you guys have in the house?
I know he has like a rifle and he has a handgun in the truck.
Where does he keep his rifle?
In the garage. I think it's in the case in the garage, I think.
You know what caliber it is?
No.
How many guns do you have in the house?
I only have one.
And you said you just recently got it?
Yeah, I got it like a few months ago.
Christmas time or after Christmas time?
After. After Christmas.
Where did you buy it at?
We went to, gosh, I don't remember the name of the store.
Canton?
I don't remember. But, because we were looking in, Academy, but that was like, in the South. And we didn't get it though. So we came back up here, we went, I think it was in Canton. Maybe in Canton we bought that. But I don't remember the name of the store though. It was like some sporting store.
I was curious.
Yeah.
Was it around the mall area?
I don't know. I don't think so.
What was your first thought when you came around the corner?
That he was gonna get me.
When you say get you?
Yeah, like hurt me. I mean, that's what he was doing. Like he was coming for me. So.
Has he ever threatened you with a gun or anything?
No. He, when we were in Pittsburgh, he got mad at the dog, and he came out with a gun like he was gonna shoot her. And I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, I'm gonna, shoot that bee or whatever. And I think the kids saw that. So they're like, who saw Matt with a gun? It's like, don't worry about it, but he never pulled a gun on me.
There was a gun, there was a BB gun in the kitchen, and another handgun in the kitchen. Who's obviously the BB gun's a BB gun, but.
The BB gun's mine. There was a handgun?
Yeah, like a folding stock on it, looked like maybe 9mm or 40 caliber.
That was his.
Folding.
I didn't know he had it in there though.
So, he has a rifle in the garage. You said he keeps a handgun in his.
The handgun is in the truck.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's it. But I don't have no weapons in the kitchen or on the counter or anything.
When you got the gun from underneath the bed, you said your intention was to get out of the house?
Yeah.
With or without something?
Like I would have wanted her to go, come to. But it's just like, cause he was just in a rage. Like I don't know what he was gonna do. And now, and thinking about how he is and stuff, he's not gonna go in here and attack the baby in the bed. So he was just after me.
Where was your phone at?
When all that stuff was happening, I think I dropped it. When he charged, because I was on the phone when we were arguing, and then when he charged me, I dropped it somewhere.
When you say you were on the phone, were you online, or were you on a phone call, or?
Oh, I was online. Okay. I was doing the application.
Okay. You weren't talking, did you?
No.
Okay.
And that's why I was in the room, because he was already upset, the tension was thick, and I went to the room and sit on the bed. Like I'm usually not in there, but I just didn't want to be around him.
You have a computer or when do you have to your service out there?
Gosh.
You just got like through Verizon or?
No, not Verizon. We had, I don't remember the name of the service, but I know we had like satellite, and you switched it so many times because they weren't any good.
Right.
So I don't remember.
Is that through the phone or is that through?
Sorry about that, but I'm back.
Like dish or something?
I think we get service from them for the TV as well.
So what application was you doing?
It was for an attorney. It was I was trying to that's what I've been doing all day, trying to get an attorney.
You still?
Yeah, and they just kind of been giving me the runaround, trying to find out what jurisdiction this fall under and stuff, like what county. And I'm in Ohio, and the kids live in Ohio, but they're that. It was just a lot of other details.
How many attorneys do you think you reached out to?
I was able to actually talk to one today, and she was just like, well, I can't help you. Because I like to stay, she said she likes to stay in Harris County or something. But my divorce was done in Bill County in Texas. So I tried to contact the lawyer I had before they did my divorce. And he might be able to help, maybe. I don't know. So that's when that's the application I was filling out for that law firm.
Does your phone have a lock on it?
Yeah.
Password protected? Do you know if Mac's phone is password protected?
Yes.
Do you know the password or does he? Would you be willing to share your password with us? Is it a swipe?
Mine is like a fingerprint.
Is it?
Yeah.
Does it have like a alphanumeric to bypass that? Or?
Yeah, it does. There's a password. It is SASSY. Yeah.
So you said that you put the gun back under the bed. Did you unload it?
Mm-hmm.
And then what did you do with it?
When I was talking to the dispatcher, I think that's when I did that. I was telling her everything. We was talking, and I unloaded it, the magazine. I put it on my my little dresser thing, I think, and I cleared the weapon, and then I put it back where it was.
So when you cleared the weapon, did it spit one out?
Yeah.
How many round mags do you have? Are they 30s or are
I
they?
think those are 20s. I think 20 or 30.
Were they loaded at max?
Yes.
How many times do you think you pulled the trigger?
Once.
Once.
Did you have any misfires or have you ever had a misfire with it?
Mm-hmm.
Have you shot in it before?
How many rounds do you think you put through it? I mean, you went out to the range with it, or?
Total? A lot. Maybe like 40, I think. Still kind of new.
Same ammunition. Did you change up any ammunition or anything on it?
I think I may have emptied the magazine. I don't remember.
Right, but I mean, like, if there's, I think it's Remington's, yeah, like Remington's are in it now. Is that what you shot?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Same round.
All right. Would you mind, could we just have a minute? Would that be okay with you?
Just so you guys are aware, the audio on these interviews, even when you're listening to the direct CD of it, kind of suck. That's a very common thing with interview rooms. It also doesn't help they're wearing masks. You cannot see facial expressions. GPS, this is not the second witness. This is day 2 with the second witness, so there's a bunch have already testified. $62 viewers. Thank you for stopping by, guys.
Audrey, is there anything we haven't asked you that you feel is important for us to know about?
No, I think it's pretty simple. Like the whole situation in the case, it's like not complex to me at all.
How do you perceive it?
I mean, it's sad. It's like, I don't know, I didn't want it to happen,
but that was not your intention.
nope.
What was your goal?
I mean, to live in a peaceful environment. Like, that's why I was, went to the back room, and that's why I tried to keep a distance, you know? And I didn't expect it to happen like that.
Right. What was your goal when you got the gun? You loaded the gun? What was your immediate goal for the next 5 minutes, let's say?
To protect myself, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Were you expecting an attack from him? That's another attack?
I don't know. It's like, I guess hoping that he just was gone, you know? But obviously not.
When you say gone, what do you mean?
Like, left the house. I mean, what was I supposed to do in that situation? It's like, if I could have done anything better, what could I have done? That's where my mind's at.
I mean, you told the dispatcher, my understanding that you and Matt both have PTSD.
Yeah, he was diagnosed with PTSD, and I was in the past, and they changed it to adjustment disorder recently.
For you or him?
Me.
Okay.
For me.
Okay.
And that was with the VA, some stuff with the VA.
combat, or was that?
No, it didn't have anything to do with that. I mean, the diagnosis, that did, that's why I'm not in the Army anymore, because I had an incident when I was at Fort Hood, and that's when I started developing symptoms, I guess. Then.
And I'm not trying to upset you by any means, and I want you to understand that I'm just trying to, kind of find out what's going on in your life, Matt's life. We weren't there, and our job to investigate is to try and piece together what we saw at the scene, and what you're telling us, and makes it simple and stuff. So, and what you're thinking too is really important to help us try to understand what happened, maybe how it happened, so what's going on with why it happened. So I'm not trying to upset you by any means. I know this is not an easy thing.
I don't know, like, I don't sleep well at night. So.
How long has that been like that?
For years. I used to take, I have trazodone medication, but I don't take it anymore for sleep.
Strong stuff.
Yeah, because it makes me feel groggy like the next morning. But I used to take Ambien and the hallucinations and stuff. Like I didn't like the side effects. That's why I don't like taking medication. And my therapist said that I would have to be in therapy all the time. So I do that routinely. Because I'm serious about that,
Right. So you're up to par with where your therapist wants you to be, like, for your visits?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're working on stuff. So she said to try to handle things in like small amounts,
Sure.
Not nothing too big or whatever. And today I just couldn't control that. I didn't expect that to happen. So when I say control, I mean the situation. Like,
sure. Well,
I was stuck. I was stuck in a room. So
you just came back from Texas after having pretty turbulent incidents there. I mean, a gun was exposed even. But you ultimately, sounds like, came to a somewhat of a resolve, if you will. And then traveling was obviously very stressful as well. And you're still trying to remotely handle that situation in Houston. Are those stressors big items? I mean, they seem big to me. I'm not.
Yeah, because the kids are involved and stuff. So I mean, that's why I left them there, because when I talk to them individually, they're like, well, they want to spend more time with their dad and stuff. And he wanted to spend more time with them, so I was just like, I'm fine with that. They can spend more time with their other family members and stuff. So, I mean, I know my ex-husband is like, I can't really trust him, but we did leave on cordial grounds. I know that he has a lawyer, he's probably trying to get sole custody or something like that. So I know that's the possibility is there, I guess, But try not to worry about that. That's why I say I'm just gonna make sure I get my lawyer to do what I can on my end, But they still stay down there.
Right.
So.
What typically is your response when you kind of have like an emotional overload?
Sometimes I leave. I mean, almost always. I try to avoid things as much as possible.
Sure.
But sometimes I can't avoid. So if I'm out there and I get get triggered or something like that, and it's just overload, I leave immediately.
Okay.
And that's usually the end of that, you know. But there's been times that I wasn't able to get out, so that's caused me to react in a unhealthy way, I guess.
I think that's what happened today.
I don't know, cause that's what I was saying earlier. Like, what else could I have done?
Right.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I got attacked, so.
And I didn't go to the hospital, obviously, but I noticed that you have some marks on your head. Is that from the attack?
Yeah. That's from when he was punching me in my face, in my head.
And you said you had the mask on because of your injuries, or your?
Yeah, because of my face looks a little disfigured or swollen.
And obviously the nurses got to see that. I assume they photographed that.
They did.
Now that you look back at this, I mean, do you feel that you should have been able to do different, or?
I don't know what else I could have done. Like, I was sitting in a room. I tried to do something, you know, at that time, I tried to isolate or separate myself from him because he was upset,
right.
You know, and so that's why, you know, I went back there, but he just came back there. It's like, where else can I go?
But you said one of your biggest objectives was to just get out of the house, or?
At that time, yeah. Because I thought, remember when I said that earlier? It was the same, when he attacked me the first time in Maryland, or that was the second time actually. The second time he attacked me in Maryland, he was like trying to get me out of the room. Like, he was pushing me out, and I was trying to get out, but I wasn't going fast enough. So he pushed me to the wall, and then he finally got me out, and I fell. All I could think about was getting up and getting out, getting away, you know? And that same thought was today.
When you said get out, though, was Selena in that equation?
At that particular time, I don't think so, because I didn't grab her, so it was just when I just thought about it when he was hitting me. You know, I was like, she doesn't wake up and see this, and then it just kind of got out of hand. I don't know.
Selena was with your mom, right? You made contact with her, though?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
All right. So, obviously, you know that after that he passed away. Selena's safe. She's with her mom. Okay. Is there anything else that we haven't asked you about that you think is important for us to know about?
No, I don't think so.
When you said he was coming at you in the hallway, did you feel that your life was in danger?
Yes. I was afraid. afraid of the moment he grabbed me and put me on the floor. I was afraid after the fire, I was afraid then, you know.
What did you do with that? You said you pulled that one round out. What did you do with it? Did you load it back in the magazine, or did you lay it in the closet, or do you remember?
I think I put it back in the magazine. I think, or it's on the floor. I don't know, but I think I put it back.
There was a spent casing in the bathroom, and then there was a unspent cartridge in the hallway by the bathroom door as well. And it looked as though it was hit with a firing pin, but did not, like as though it was a dud projectile. Do you recall anything that would resemble that?
Like 2 fires?
You know, this fire, I don't know.
No.
That the fire off of this looks like it hit the primer, but it never went off. You remember anything like that?
Oh, she may have had to reload it.
Fire.
And
I remember firing and then that was it.
all right. And after he got hit, then what happened?
Then he was just like, he yelled and then he left. Like he went downstairs.
Do you remember what he yelled?
He just yelled like pain.
Okay. And then you kind of followed him?
I don't know if I like followed immediately or back. I don't know. Because by the time I saw him, he was like laid out.
Okay. But you remember, I think you said earlier, you went outside with the gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I did. I went out, standing there looking, and then I came in and I went out the second time because the first time I don't remember seeing him.
Okay.
And so I came in and then.
You just still have the gun when you went out the second time?
I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if I still had it or not. I think maybe. I don't know. Cause I think when I found him laying there, I don't remember if I had already called the dispatcher or when I saw him, that's when I called. I don't.
Do you guys have any cameras or anything in the house or outside the house or?
We have a camera outside.
Where's it at?
I think it's in the back though.
Is that one of the rings or something like that? Is it like?
I don't know. He set it up. He bought it. So.
Is there a recorder or something where it records anywhere?
Not that I know of. I don't know.
Is it in the light or is it an actual camera that's hanging somewhere where you can see it?
It's like in the back we have like a motion sensor light.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Is that part of the motion sensor?
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, I have to give very bad news on charging you. There's going to be a long process ahead of you. It's still an ongoing investigation. This doesn't mean it's over on our part by any means. Okay. There's a lot to look into. And basically, admittedly so. You pulled the trigger, Matt's dead, and that's where we're at with this. Okay, it doesn't mean the investigation is over by any means. We're going to continue to work this. There's a lot to look into still. Okay. The crime scene people are out there. They have to process their stuff as well.
Is there anything else you can think of that might help you?
An investigation is 2 parts. You either implicate somebody or clear somebody.
we knew that though, right?
What's that?
I said, we all knew that though, right?
Do what? Murder?
The murder, yeah.
I mean,
Oh, if that doesn't sound good the way you phrase that.
yeah,
Doesn't mean you're guilty.
right,
Yeah.
right. I mean, that's not up for us to decide. I mean, our job is to, as your wrong cause, that you caused the death of another person. And that's what murder is. Like I said, there's a process ahead that's, to be handled in the courts. We still continue to work the case, we want to.
So do I go and get arrested now?
Yeah. You'll go to arraignment tomorrow.
Yeah, it should.
You'll probably go to arraignment tomorrow to be arraigned on the charge. You'll be appointed an attorney to start this process.
What was I supposed, I mean, I don't understand this.
Right.
What was I supposed to do?
Well, unfortunately, it's not for me to give you, be the armchair quarterback with it. It's a tragic incident, as you said. Nobody wants to be here right now.
How do we keep working on things? If there's something else you would think of, or something else that we haven't asked you, or something that comes up.
I just feel, I feel like, does this have anything to do with this misfire that you mentioned? Because other than that, I mean, I told you pretty much.
Oh, I have no reason to doubt anything you told me. No reason at all. I don't question anything you said. You've always been very straightforward and very cordial. I have no reason to doubt anything you told me.
I mean, if I gotta go, I gotta go. But, I don't feel any type of way about it because, I was protecting myself, so.
And that's what the court process is for. The system's not designed to just give two people power to say,
Gotcha.
Our investigation would be a probable cause that this charge happened, this crime happened. Okay? And we're presenting it to the court.
So, do you have any input? Don't have any input?
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna continue, like you said, if there's anything else you can think of that, if you
Yeah, if you think of anything at all that will help us gather information to, you told me about what happened in Maryland, so
Yeah.
we'll get those.
We're gonna look at that.
Okay.
I'm gonna run a criminal history check and it should show up on that, more than likely, even just because of the book in the jail for the night. So. Anywhere else that you guys have lived where the police has been called, or he's been arrested,
No,
or anything like that?
doubt it was just there.
And the incident happened where the police were called in Texas over the weekend. Who called? Was it your?
I called and my ex-husband called as well.
Okay.
So both of us.
So did they just handle it as a custody dispute, do you know?
Yeah, I believe so.
What about the gun being pulled?
Nothing that I know of. 'Cause it,
Was that even mentioned to the police?
yes, it was, nothing happened with that. Texas is different.
Yep. Well, obviously, you guys are probably at their house and on their property, so they probably.
It was some apartments and he came down
Right.
with the gun, so.
In the last, you say that you knew Matt had his gun was in his vehicle was the last you knew that pistol.
Yeah.
When was the last time that you knew it was in there? I mean,
A few days ago.
did you guys drive to the airport?
Mm-hmm.
What vehicle did you take to the airport?
His truck.
Would he have removed that gun prior to going to the airport?
He might have. I'm not sure.
Just not wanting to leave a gun in the vehicle out there.
Right. He probably took it out then. I don't know.
Do you guys fly much or travel
No.
much? Or?
He does. He's supposed to be going out of town this weekend.
Where's he supposed to go?
Washington. He has a friend out there.
Would it be normal, like, if he say he was going on out of town on business and going, flying to drive to the airport? Would it be normal for him to leave the gun at the house, or would he leave it in the truck? Because obviously you can't carry it on the airplane.
Exactly. So, we usually go places. He leaves it in the truck. But the airport, I don't think he. I don't know.
I mean, like, whenever we went on business before, they would say, hey, you put that out, I'm gonna put it in there.
No.
Store it wherever, no.
No, he never said anything. He did, so.
If he did bring it in the house, where did he normally leave these guns?
Just the rifle in the garage, and the pistol, like, he always had it in the truck, so I'm trying to think, like,
So
I don't remember seeing it, but
it's out of character and not normal for him to leave the pistol in the house.
that's out of character. So that's why I was like, I didn't know, like, when you said it was on the counter, like, that's odd, because it's always in the truck.
It was up on that, hutch, if you will, cabinet, like facing the refrigerator, is off to the right, it was up on the top. Like a boy's barrel on it or something.
That was the handgun
It's like a handgun, but it,
attachment?
yes.
Okay, I know he has an attachment up there,
Okay.
but, no, I think you have to attach that to a weapon though.
Right.
So the attachment, I know that was in there.
Okay. Yeah, this was the actual gun with a slide on it. And there was like a barrel attachment, if you will.
Yeah, okay. No, I didn't know.
And like your phone, we're gonna look through your phones again. That's just part of the process to see, cooperate or disprove. That's part of the process. So, so like your password helps because they're gonna speed that process up. But you don't have any idea his password. Okay.
So, does these cases always end like this?
As far as being charged?
Yes.
If somebody causes the death of another, typically, yes. The outcome of them, the last domestic dispute that I ended up being found out guilty. It's just, that's the court system, it's a check and balance, it's, unfortunate.
How long, do we know, like, how time?
Right now, we're gonna rain tomorrow, and basically what that is just to answer the charge of a voluntary. Your next court appearance would be basically like a preliminary hearing that municipal court says we don't have jurisdiction, this needs to go to the grand jury. Grand juries are typically only once a month here, but this case is the day before a grand jury. So they would probably have a special grand charging mechanism, common pleas court would be the court that would hear this case because it's a felony case. But for the case to proceed to common pleas court, you have to be indicted. The grand jury is basically the deciding factor that says we're going to either charge her or release her. We're charging you right now based on probable cause. Which is that you pulled the trigger, shot, and had to kill him.
Gotcha.
So that's where we're at. Okay. So the mitigating factors are what a court is for to hear.
Does this always stay on my record, regardless?
If you are found not, if you're not indicted, there's no realm that they can show a charge.
Hold on.
So, yeah, so if you don't get indicted, yeah. The charge itself, I believe if you're not indicted, it's not. Yeah. So you would not be a convicted felon. So that's the, I'm trying to, paint a roadmap,
Yeah.
First thing tomorrow, you're going to have an attorney, they're going to talk to you. You're going to get to meet with them again. You're going to meet with your attorney probably 2 to 1 compared to your court hearings, because they want to know what's going on. And talking to you, you have some mental health issues, and that's some stuff we want to look into too, as well. And we share that with your attorney as well. I mean, it's part of the discovery process. He's entitled to everything that we have. There's no secrets.
No. I just hope everything ends, like.
I don't know what you and the nurse discussed on that, and all the photos of the bruising that he had in the arms and all that. That's all available to us too. We'll have to get subpoenas for that stuff, but that's just because of the laws and your protection as far as medical stuff. But, that all provided to weigh into things in the long run.
Mm-hmm.
We wish you the best of luck, and it's unfortunate we're here today. Nobody wants to be here.
Yeah.
May 4th, 1:15 a.m., is that right?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your entire interview with my client on that day?
Yes.
Was it altered in any way?
No.
Turn it off. Detective, I'm going to ask you some questions about my client's state of mind at the time of the incident. My client had just been beaten up, right?
According to her, yes.
Yeah. In the room that she went into, right?
Correct.
To avoid Matthew Mott, right?
Yes.
She was crying when that happened.
I do not know that. She said, correction. I believe she did say at one point she was crying.
She was unable to defend herself in the corner of that room.
I'm sorry?
She was unable to defend herself in that room.
I believe she said she attempted to block his punches.
She attempted to block his punches, and then he got through them, right?
According to her, yes.
My client told you specifically what her state of mind was when she grabbed her gun and went into the hallway, yes?
Are you saying about her intention, or?
She specifically said her intention was to get out.
That's correct.
She said get out repeatedly.
Yes, that's correct.
That's where her mind was.
I guess in that respect, yes.
When he came at her, she believed he was going to harm her. She told you that.
Yes.
He was coming for her.
That's what she believed, yes.
And the manner in which he was coming for her was the same exact manner as he's come at her before.
I do not know that. According to her, she said yes.
That's what she told you.
That's correct.
There was a domestic violence incident in another state in which she tried to get out, right?
Yes.
And at the time she tried to get out, he was pushing her and she fell down and harmed herself, right?
Yes, I believe on the way out of the house.
So she told you that all she was trying to do is what she did before, get out.
Yes.
She told you that she believed her life was in danger.
Yes.
She did not know where he went or what he was going to do.
At which point?
She told you she did not know where he went or what he was going to do, and then he saw him at the end of the hallway.
Correct.
Man, this is getting on the verge of speculation. He can only talk about so much.
I'm going to ask you some questions about her injuries. Her head was smashed into a wall.
Is there a basis? You can.
I agree to that objection. He's going to have to. Now, that defense attorney could say, she told you that happened, but we haven't proven it's happened yet. So, yeah, guys, when he's turning to the jury, remember, the jury's off to the side, so he's looking, it's part of the engagement with the jury. You make eye contact with them. It's all part of, if they are engaged, they tend to listen a little better. And you're just showing them a little bit of respect that you know they're there. So that's not abnormal. And detectives especially, I mean, these guys have been trained. They go to school for this. They take classes on it. How do you testify? And that's part of it.
At the preliminary hearing on this case on May the 12th, 2021, right? That would be, what, 9 days after this incident? You said that he had smashed her head into the wall. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You said that the wall, the dent, was consistent with the size of her head. Do you remember that?
Yes.
You saw an injury on her face on the night of this incident, yes?
Yes, on her forehead I saw imperfection.
Do you recall me asking you to approach her at the preliminary hearing and look at her injuries again?
Yes.
She still had injuries on her forehead 9 days later.
Yes, there was remnants of it, yes.
Interesting.
On May the 3rd, the night of this incident, you had learned that she had bruising on her. You understand that the most dangerous time for a woman is when they're trying to leave.
Statistically, that is what is taught, yes.
She did not know what else she could have done.
That's what she said. She did not know.
She said that to you repeatedly.
Yes.
She did not know what else she was supposed to do.
I'm sorry?
She did not know what else she was supposed to do.
Correct. That's what she said.
She used the phrase stuck.
I believe so, yes.
Stuck in the bedroom when he was attacking her?
Yes.
Stuck in the hallway when he was blocking the exit?
I don't believe that she used the word stuck in the hallway.
If the video said that she believed herself to be stuck at that moment, would the video be right?
I'm sorry.
If the video said she believed herself to be stuck at that moment, would the video be right?
That would be accurate, yes.
Now, it's not your job just to accuse, but also to clear.
That's correct.
It's your job to have a fair investigation.
That's correct.
And in a fair investigation would not minimize or trivialize what had happened to her.
That's correct.
Now, in your course of your investigation, you had learned that her head had been bashed into a wall, right?
Yes.
So you went and looked at that wall.
That's correct.
It had a dent in it.
That's correct.
It was consistent with the size of her head.
That's what I initially testified to, yes.
It was 10 inches off the ground.
I believe that's what the measurements are, yes.
That is right where she said she was attacked.
I don't recall if she gave measurements, but in that area, yes.
Audrey, I'd like you to come and stand in front of the jury for a second, and so that the deputy can see you. Audrey, I'd like Audrey to come up to the jury, so that right in front of the jury, so the deputy can see her.
I guess before you do that, Audrey, please go back over there. I want to see what you're doing.
Audrey, I'd like you to come up in front of the jury so that the deputy can see you. Please turn your back to the jury. Deputy, can you see her head?
I'm sorry?
Can you see her head?
Yes.
The shape of it?
From the
This is going to
profile,
be
yes.
interesting. This is
Turn to the
dangerous.
front of the jury. Deputy, can you see her head?
Yes.
The shape of it?
Yes, again, the profile.
Thank you, Audrey. You can sit down.
I think we already agreed she smacked her dome.
My client had told you that this incident happened in the hallway,
Which particular incident?
the part where she shot him.
Yes.
You found a spent casing right near where she said?
Yes. Adjacent to where she was standing, yes.
You found blood near right where she said Matthew Mott was.
Before, after, during, which, could you specify that, please?
After she told you that she was coming at him from up the hallway, you went and looked at the hallway.
I went and looked at the hallway, is that what you're asking?
Yes, in the door.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time.
My client claimed that Matthew Mott approached her from the other end of the hallway, came around, came at her.
That's correct.
You actually went out to the scene and looked at the hallway and looked at the door.
Which door?
The door at the exit.
Yes,
There was blood on it.
that's correct.
That was right around where she said he was.
Yes, he had exited out that door, yes.
If he came around that part of the door, if he came around that part of the hallway, that's where the exit is, right?
It would have been if Matthew was facing her, it would have been, the exit would have been to his right.
The exit would have been behind him.
From the hallway, yes.
She told you that she shot him once.
Yes.
There was only one entrance wound.
Yes, my understanding from the medical examiner's report.
She told you he was coming at her when she shot him.
Yes,
The entrance wound was in his chest.
yes,
It was not in his back.
that's correct.
She told you that she had cleared the firearm.
Yes,
As a veteran, she'd know how to do that.
that would make sense, yes.
There was one round on the floor.
Spent or unspent? There was-
Unspent.
Yeah, correct.
She called 911.
Yes, after she called her mother.
She was right to do that. She was right to call 911. That was the right thing to do.
Typically, it's before you call somebody else, but yes,
She tried to give him CPR.
I believe there was an attempt, yes.
Was that the right thing to do?
Yes,
She waited for officers to arrive.
yes,
Was that the right thing to do?
yes,
She was unarmed when they arrived.
when they arrived.
Yes.
My understanding is yes.
Was that the right thing to do too?
Yes,
She answered every single one of your questions,
she did.
and that was the right thing to do too.
Yes.
One moment.
GPS, she's showing that she's been compliant, kind of the reverse of Theodore Edgecombe, that if guilty people run, well, then innocent people stick around. She's hammering that point. She did everything a reasonable person would have done. Typically, you bring it up in closing, but you're establishing their witnesses are backing you up. They're reinforcing your points.
No further questions, thank you.
Thank you. Briefly. Deputy Stauffer, when you were at the scene and looked at the hole in the wall in the bedroom, that was the same photo that you identified and you took measurements of, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And did that measurements, did you have the occasion to measure the defendant's head?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did the hole appear to have, would the hole appear to fit the size of an entire human head in it?
No.
Okay. No other questions, John?
That doesn't mean anything because the whole head doesn't go through drywall. I mean, that's kind of where he has to go with it, but geez, that even the jury's not going to buy that.
That dent could certainly fit part of her head, right?
I'm sorry?
That dent could come from part of her head, right?
It's possible.
And whatever the case, you've already testified that that hole was consistent with the size of her head.
I did, yes.
Okay, Deputy Stauffer, thank you. You may step down. Mr. Barnett, I know he does work with the county, so he'll be around, but do you need him to stick around today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, very good. You are dismissed then. Thank you. Okay. I know we've got a witness up next. It is 2:25. We do need to take a reasonable break for everybody to get refreshed, use the restroom, that sort of thing. So let's get restarted at quarter till 3. We'll restart. Anything else right now from either party? No. All right then, jury, you are excused to go to the restroom and get refreshed.
Okay, guys, so I saw a couple questions. Yes, you can be charged before the investigation's fully completed. In this case, the police think she committed murder, so yeah, she's going to get charged. I mean, think about, like, anytime there's a mass shooting, if that guy's still alive, they generally charge him pretty quickly. They haven't finished the investigation, but if they have enough probable cause, they will do that. Other thing I think somebody mentioned, the difference between they still got the bug mode on, whether or not it's a district attorney or a prosecutor. In Ohio, they're called prosecutors, but it really depends where you live. Some states, they're DAs. Some states are Commonwealth attorneys. Some states, they're state's attorneys. If you're in Canada or England, it's the Crown Prosecution Service. So they're all the same thing. It doesn't really matter if you say it right or wrong. But yeah, going back, you guys, I know this was talked about during her interview about the domestic violence issues and the prosecutor maybe not being trained on it. They go through training. They learn about all that stuff. They just don't buy it. They think she's bullshitting them. So that's why they're not really going down that road, or they're worried about it, because she could claim that this is a domestic violence situation, but they don't agree. They think she's lying. They think all of this was after the fact and it's inconsistent. So, yeah, it's not that they don't have empathy or they understand it. It's just they don't believe her in this situation. And Adrena, that her attorney not having that condescending attitude, that's probably her style. And I think, at times it does help to be taking a crap on somebody like that. You don't necessarily take a crap on them by destroying their testimony, kind of like that expert for Theodore Edgecombe, where you just point out they don't know anything. You just point out to that guy, she did everything right. Everything else you agree with her, except for X, Y, and Z. So no, I don't think that was wrong with her. I think that's probably... it's also hard not to get that way when you think you've got a kill shot on somebody. When you're up there questioning somebody during testimony, if you think you got something and you want to get that knife just stuck right in there, it's hard not to kind of turn into a dick while you're doing it. Guys, if you said other questions too over that past hour, don't be afraid to retype them, because I was kind of really trying not to zone out while I was listening to her, so I apologize. Also, before I get too far, I'm going to put a poll up. Just answer it. It's a really quick question. It has nothing to do with the case. This is really just a question I had for you guys, so let me know what you think. Basically, if there's days like today where all of a sudden I can do it or I'm free, but I'm covering like day 6 of a 10-day trial, are you okay with me streaming that, or do you want me to kind of start from day 1 and only do them if I can go the whole way through? Blue Omni, it's not that she wasn't believed that this guy was beating her, but that very second, remember, I kind of explained it before, it's self-defense is like the windmill at the golf course when you're trying to play putt-putt. When it falls in front of you, you're blocked. And then when it passes by, you're open again. Well, if you're blocked, you have no self-defense. If it's open, you can make the argument. Self-defense comes and goes. It doesn't always just exist. So I think their ultimate argument is that moment when she pulled the trigger, she was not in fear, that she didn't have a reasonable belief. And actually in Ohio, it's a bona fide belief of imminent death or serious bodily harm to herself or to a third party. You have to have that. If you don't have that, you're in trouble. And I don't think they believe she had that. Candy, there's nothing to stop you from having a firearm if you've been diagnosed with PTSD. In Ohio, the only prohibitions are if you've had a conviction for violence, a conviction involving drugs, if you've been mentally adjudicated and mentally incompetent, if you have been indicted for an offense, you can't have a firearm. And then one of the weird things compared to most states in Ohio is you cannot be a chronic alcoholic. Those are the state level ones. There's also the federal level ones, but no, merely having a mental diagnosis does not preclude you. Nine Canines, when could you be questioned about a murder and get to go home? I mean, you paint the wall of your kitchen with some burglar's skull. You might have to go to the station to talk about it, but you're probably going home. Or you're sitting at you're at the mall shoving your face full of Chick-fil-A, and some guy comes in trying to reach the high score, and you drop him in the middle of it and stop a shooting. Yeah, you're probably going to the station, but you'll get to go home. Also, if you get to go home, they might not have enough evidence against you. And I think you guys can see this is not a clear-cut case. I think it'll really come down to the defense's presentation, because I'm not 100% bought this is murder or self-defense. Audrey just seems like she's tired of his bullshit by the point she kills him, and sitting at the police station, she's not crying, but she's like, she's past it. She felt she did what she had to do. Andrina, he did not have a firearm on him. There was another firearm in the house closer to him, but it was like downstairs, and he was unarmed at the time she shot him. That's not disputed. Darren, but that's the issue, is the assault had stopped, but was he getting ready to re-engage it? And if he was getting ready to re-engage it, well, then the window to self-defense opens back up. So, like I said, it's like a putt-putt course, or think of it like the tide. It comes in and out, and it can come in and out very, very quickly. Well, you have to be diagnosed as a chronic alcoholic, because what really is an alcoholic, and without that diagnosis, it's hard to show it. So, also in Ohio, I forgot, if you're drug dependent, you can't own a firearm either, technically, but it's very rare to see people get jammed up or charged with being an alcoholic or drug dependent. Usually it's a violent felon or a felon with drug convictions. Darren, maybe she did just shoot him because she was mad, but maybe she was really concerned he was going to come at her. You never know. Okay. Okay, so 21 votes for just whenever you can do it is best. All right, that's the way I'll do it then. I was a little worried about trying to start this one on day 2, but if that's the case, guys, I'll start streaming, whatever's available. and we can talk about them. And then, let's say there's nothing that sounds interesting. If there's some stupid guy taking his zoning issue to court or a loose dog, we'll take that and see what happens. Yeah, Rennie, I think you're right. A lot of people have been influenced by seeing courtrooms all set up and looking nice and spick and span and having all access to things. I think I said it earlier. Carroll County is not exactly, the Ritz-Carlton. Out of the 88 counties in Ohio, it is 80th in population. There are less than 30,000 people in the county. So, if you're looking at this is how a majority of cases in the state of Ohio, for example. I mean, outside of, the major urban centers, this is kind of par for the course. I've been in, I practiced in a county once where the court did not accept fax filing. There were only two ways to file, either through the mail or in person. So, if any of you were watching this thinking, wow, this looks run down and kind of in the middle of Hee-Hawville, well, kind of is. And I could say that I grew up in Hee-Hawville. Well, Matthew, I appreciate you guys taking the time to watch it. Honestly, if nobody was listening, I'd probably be doing it anyway. I kind of want to do this for fun, but also as an attorney. I mean, any good attorney's a bit of a prima donna, so I like to hear myself talk. Well, Rennie, I know what you mean by requesting records, but let's say I wanted to file a motion to suppress. This one county in particular, I either have to print it out and take it in person to get it stamped and filed, or I have to mail it to do that. You could not fax it in or e-file. Darren, she could have, but you got to show that. That's the other one. Calling 911. Yeah, it may seem weird to you, but who's important in your life? Maybe one of your parents, maybe one of your sisters or brothers. I bet that person said, "Why the hell are you talking to me? Call 911." Usually that's kind of how that goes. Now, if she spent 30, 40 minutes on the phone with her mother or somebody else, that would look suspicious, but calling somebody else right away and then immediately turning around and calling 911, that's not that big a deal. Yeah, Andrea, I've seen that Department of Children's Services, I think, out of Texas. I'm surprised that's legal because in Ohio, that is all confidential. You cannot, I can't tell you guys about Children's Services cases I've been involved with. The children's court stuff, yeah, I don't. Yeah. I don't know if I want to do that one anyway, because family court's boring. Best interest of the child. That's all you need to know about family law. And you think I'm joking, but my law professor, I took a class on family law. He said, if you're on the exam and you think you're about to fail, just write best interest of the child.